Buenos días a todos y todas. Pedimos que los delegados tomen asiento para poder dar comienzo a la sesión. Sí. Buenos días. Buenos días a todos y todas. Pedimos que los delegadas tomen sus asientos para poder dar comienzo al Consejo Directivo 60, sextoavo. Good morning to everybody. Please, if you can, the delegates can take their seats so we can start with the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome you to the 60th Directing Council, the 75th session of the Regional Committee of the WHO for the Americas. I am Chris Tufton, the Minister of Health and Wellness from Jamaica, and I would like to inform you that since my country, Jamaica, held the presidency of the 59th Directing Council in 2021, I will preside over the council until the new president has been elected. I now yield the floor to the Secretary, the Deputy Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, so that she can inform the Directing Council about the quorum.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Minister Tufton, Chair. I'm stalling a bit, but Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure reads, "The presence of a majority of members and associate members shall constitute a quorum for the opening of the session of the Council." As there are
35.
As there are 35 member states present, there is a quorum. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that. I will now introduce the members of the head table. Dr. Jarbas Barbosa to my right, your left, Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, Mr. Xavier Becerra, Secretary of Health and Human Services of the United States of America. To my extreme right, Mr. Ian Goldfan, President of the Inter-American Development Bank. To my left, one over, your right, Ms. Mari-Carmen Plata, Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity of the Organization of American States. Dr. Katharina Cora Bohime, Assistant Director General, External Relations and Governance of the World Health Organization, and Ms. Mary Lou Valdez, Deputy Director of the Pan American Sanitary Health Bureau. Can we give them a welcome, please? Thank you. In accordance with tradition and procedure, I will give my opening remarks. I crave your indulgence for a few minutes. Let me welcome all who are here, members of the head table. I take the opportunity to welcome you to the 60th Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization, an unrivaled space to advance the work of public health in the interests of the people of the region of the Americas. We in fact gather at a critical time when there are significant challenges facing the region, and in particular, Caribbean Small Island Developing States, SIDS. These are challenges that demand scaled-up, collaborative, and sustained actions and across a range of areas involving diverse stakeholders, including those of us present in this room. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we are up to the task with a demonstrated commitment to safeguarding the health of the region's people and a track record of partnership that have served the public good, incentivized by our individual and collective preoccupation with and prioritization of the changing sick profile of our respective populations. The lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic are many. Not the least of these is the need to plan better for pandemic influenza preparedness. We have, in the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Framework, Partnership Contribution High-Level Implementation Plan 3, 2024-2030, an important tool. Still, I hasten to add that special consideration must be given to SIDS and their particular circumstances, from high debt burdens to their small size, and therefore compromised capacities to respond effectively without support in a pandemic. This reality, together with other prevailing stressors, including sobering realities of climate change risk and threats, means that Caribbean SIDS must have the benefit of special consideration and provisions that are enabling to their enhanced resilience. The situation is made even more urgent by the fact of a ballooning NCD epidemic facing not only Caribbean SIDS, but the entire region of the Americas. As reflected in the recent 2023 Bridgetown Declaration on NCDs and mental health, COVID-19 has highlighted, and I'm quoting, the link between health and development and exposed health system vulnerabilities for people living with SIDS and mental health conditions in SIDS. Further, and I quote again, the presence of NCDs and their risk factors increase the severity and mortality rates of COVID-19 patients, and unquote. With NCD screening, management, and treatment, as well as mental health services severely disrupted during the pandemic. Not only does this underscore the need for special consideration and enhanced provisioning for SIDS, it also makes the case for attention to the behavioral sciences as an important part of our response to the varying challenges with which we are now faced. From the mammoth NCD problem to the ongoing pandemic recovery and climate change, together with the prospect of future pandemics, which is always a clear and potential danger. The fact is that the use of traditional approaches, and in particular the emphasis on clinical intervention, has not yielded the kind of results we need. The more than 70% of people who die annually in Jamaica, for example, as a consequence of NCDs, as in other SIDS, the region of the Americas, and globally, is evidence of this. I wish, therefore, to champion a concerted effort toward a human-centered health ecosystem approach, which gives attention to the range of factors that influence people's behavior. I pause here to commend the efforts of PAHO WHO for the development of the concept paper, Strategic Communications in Public Health for Behavioral Change. We must accelerate progress on work in this area, building on developments from earlier years, including the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2020-2025, and the strategy and plan of action on knowledge management and communications. We require a new social and behavioral framework for action in the public health, one that is culturally appropriate and equitably focused with social variables such as age, gender, education, levels as cross-cutting priorities. It should include provisions for, among other things, big data analytics, online social behavior, informatics management, and digital literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, a necessary part of the public health response to existing and emerging challenges must be social and behavioral sciences strategies in support of better decision-making for health among populations. To succeed, we must prioritize human resources for health that are not only sufficient in numbers, but also in competencies to serve our populations and to prevail over the challenges. We must develop the capacities of public health workers even as we expand their numbers globally. One of the things that COVID-19 has taught us, and with which is reinforced by the ballooning NCD problem, is that we not only need all hands on deck, but also more hands on deck. Additionally, hands that we have to recruit and to train so that in the routine operation of our public health systems and in a crisis, we are able to meet our human resource needs. To make it happen, however, requires deliberate action and innovation that includes working through collaborative approaches that serve both patients and providers and individual member states as well as the region. In conclusion, each of us here, together with our supporting cast back home, carry the burden of responsibility to safeguard the health of our populations. Yes, there are a great many challenges in public health, none of which can be solved overnight. However, working together while giving space for the full ventilation and consideration of our particular needs and how they can be addressed has served us well. The meeting of the Directing Council is and has been a safe, productive space for this kind of engagement. It is a fact that unless all of us are safe, none of us are safe. This was clearly in evidence during the COVID-19 pandemic. I therefore look forward to collaboratively advancing the program of work in the coming days towards the good health and wellness of the people of the region of the Americas. I take this opportunity also to say that it has been my pleasure to serve as President and commit to making continued best efforts in service to Caribbean SIDS and the entire region of the Americas. I thank you. I would like to now yield the floor to the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, for his welcoming remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished members of the Directing Council, excellent colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. A special thanks to the esteemed ministers of health from across our region that were able to join us in person today. It's an honor to be here, surrounded by so many valued colleagues and partners who I have had the privilege of working over the years. We are all bound together by our deep and lasting commitment to the PAHO's visions of health equity across the region. A vision built on cooperation and solidarity among all the countries of the Americas. I'm humbled by your dedication to our shared goals. It is truly a privilege to address this council for the first time as director. Thank you for your confidence and the privilege of serving the people of our region. I began my tenure in February, just a few months before the official end of the COVID-19 public health emergency of international concern. My early days in office have been marked by the urgency to recover from the pandemic and deploy the lessons learned to make PAHO and our region's health systems stronger. Since day one, my team has been acting to transform PAHO and the way we work so that we may better serve our member states and the diverse health needs of the Americas. The lasting impact of COVID-19 is just one of the many health priorities we must address. The risk of vaccine-preventable diseases remains too high, which underscores the critical need to increase surveillance and immunization coverage. We must also improve maternal, neonatal, and child health, and address the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, including mental health conditions. The effects of climate change, such as extreme weather events and the spread of disease vectors, pose a serious threat to health and well-being in every country of the Americas. In my inauguration speech, I outlined 5 pillars to guide PAHO's work under my leadership. Today, I'd like to share the progress we have made so far and the opportunities and new initiatives on the horizon. I'm proud to say that these are not just ideas. Efforts are well underway with support from the remarkable PAHO workforce and many of you in this room. Our first pillar is to help member states to end the pandemic in the Americas. While COVID-19 is no longer an emergency, it remains a public health priority. Thanks to tireless work over the past few years, our region reported some of the highest COVID-19 vaccinations coverage in the world. PAHO is committed to continue strengthening surveillance, including the network of 25 countries performing genomic surveillance in our region, and ensuring vaccines continue to be available for all, when and where they are needed. But pandemic recovery does not end here. It is equally urgent that we make up ground on issues countries were struggling before COVID-19 pandemic and where the pandemic caused serious setbacks. I must call out 2 specific areas where we need to do much, much better: maternal mortality and immunization. Overcoming the losses during COVID is not enough. We can and must aim higher. We have no option but to address service delivery and the structural gaps that have been in place way before the pandemic. The second pillar, closely linked to the first, is to apply the lessons learned from the pandemic. Our organizations, our health systems, all of us were put to the test. It is our responsibility to take stock of our shortcomings and figure out how to have our region and the world better prepared for the next pandemic. We owe this to the future generations. We are supporting and facilitating the participation of our member states in the global debate about the new instrument to respond to future pandemics that can address relevant global failures, such as the lack of equitable access to vaccines. PAHO commissioned an external evaluation of our COVID response to document the gaps in our actions and understand how to strengthen our response to future threats. This was the first such evaluation among all WHO regions, exemplifying our commitment to accountability, transparency, and learning. The COVID-19 rollout made it clear that we need more manufacturing capacity in Latin America and the Caribbean, so that we will never again be the last in line in a public health emergency. This will also help us address the need for essential medicines, routine immunizations, and diagnostics. We are continuing to strengthen the PAHO's regional platform on access and innovation for health technologies, with projects aiming to develop and produce mRNA vaccines in Brazil and Argentina to serve all of our region, and the Quality Certification Hub in Central America, El Salvador, for PPEs, among many others. We are also strengthening our procurement mechanisms, the revolving and the strategic funds, so that they can better serve countries in Latin America and the Caribbean to not only procure supplies at fair prices, but also increase our ability to accelerate access to innovation and support regional production. Our third guiding pillar is to ensure timely and equitable access to health innovations for all countries in the region. To accelerate health progress, we must update and adapt our efforts to take advantage of the best tools available. This is an area where we need to be ambitious. The speed with which we bring the best available health tools to all who need them translates directly into lives saved. This is why I'm announcing the relaunch during this Direct Council and reimagination of the PAHO Disease Elimination Initiative. This is a new effort to mobilize new global allies, the full force of PAHO's technical teams, and our country partners to eliminate more than 30 communicable diseases and related conditions in the Americas by 2030. These diseases, which we have the knowledge and tools to eliminate, affect the poorest among us. They feed the vicious cycle between poverty and disease. Ending them is a moral and ethical imperative, our clearest path to reduce poverty and inequality in this region. I will now switch to Spanish.
Let us take as an example cervical uterine cancer. We have an array of new tools in order to prevent tens of thousands of deaths that are so unnecessary yearly. We have a broad use of prophylaxis. We have a means to stopping the transmission of HIV, to work to eliminate trachoma and so many other ignored and diseases in the region of the Americas that receive insufficient attention: malaria, tuberculosis, viral hepatitis. The list of diseases that we have yet to eliminate is a long one, too long indeed. We cannot accept the status quo. It is absolutely essential that we use better technology where it exists, and it does. We need to train and capacitate new health workers to avail themselves of these new tools. All of this is possible, dear friends, and it is essential for better health for more people. Now, this is nothing short of an invitation to each one of you to share what you've got to give, to ensure that the goals that we have set for ourselves to eliminate these diseases can be met. This is very real in our region, and we can jointly and severally make the difference. Now, the efforts that are essential to make sure that there's equitable access to innovations in health rest on 4 basic pillars. We need to build our national systems of health such that they are resilient and based on very solid primary health care. Primary health care is nothing short of the column, the spinal column of the entire system. We need to focus our attention on those who need it the most. And that has to be our first line of defense against different scourges. And early morning systems are, of course, essential to that end. Better investment is too. Better indicators of health that will very much solidify the link between health workers and the community they serve. Now, in order to boost this primary health care in the region, I'm very pleased to launch a new initiative for better attention to non-communicable diseases. The aim here is to make sure that NCDs are brought into primary health care. We're talking about hypertension, diabetes, and others like them. It's about better preventing, better detecting, and better treatment for these NCDs at the primary health care level. Every single country in our region is working so hard against an ever more burdensome weight of these NCDs. It's essential that we move towards this and that we broach this the same as we broach general bad health in general, because the economic costs of ignoring it are just too high to calculate. And that is why I urge you to join us in that essential effort. Thankfully, a number of countries are well advanced in this march forward against the NCDs, and we can only hope that we could move more quickly together. Another major element of this greater attention for NCDs means that PAHO will be planning specific attention to the integration of these diseases at the primary health level, as I'm suggesting, particularly groups that are not generally our primary focus and those who need detection, diagnosis, and treatment for these NCDs the most. We need to use our very best tools that are available and ensure that the availability and the quality of essential medicine is there, as well as diagnostic technologies throughout the Americas, even if that means resorting to the strategic fund, and why not? Behind this success, of course, as in every case, is the training of PAHO for this in order to really boost its members' capacity. We are very, very proud of how far we've come in this regard, but we need to keep looking forward. We need to check the challenges of today as well as tomorrow. And that is why Onwards PAHO is a slogan that we will be using in order to meet the needs of our member states more quickly and more effectively. This initiative, which is ongoing, is going to be felt at the very basic organizational changes that we launched this year. And to the extent that we can move to strengthen our structure even more, as well as our internal resources, we will have a more efficient organization, a more transparent organization, and one that is more accountable to each one of us. The objective here is to be sure that PAHO personnel are duly empowered in order to reduce the impact and the unnecessary administrative burden of so much of this, which is time-consuming and costs money. We have got to slash bureaucracy. We have got to boost autonomy. And we are doing everything we can to make sure that our member states have our evaluation and audit reports, as well as a number of other key documents that will increase transparency at every level of our operational processes, our finances, and our measurable parameters. This is how we believe that we can translate what we are already doing into even more effective support to our member states and the very people we serve. In sum, dear friends, one of the principal priorities that we have before us is to strengthen our presence in our countries. That's where we work, that's where we count the most, and that's where we are most needed. We are doing everything we can to boost any new means that we have available at the country level so that technical support can be offered directly where it is most needed. Beyond that, helping our member states directly, the role of PAHO, of course, is to be the main pleading instrument for our region. We want to be the major spokesperson in this area. In Latin America and in the Caribbean, there are a number of international organizations that, alas, do not give as much attention as they should to this region. But we cannot simply leave it at that. There are gaps, but fine. We need to be sure that our needs are such that we can broach those breaches. We need, in other words, to increase the potential of this region and all of its institutions. Under my leadership, you may be sure that PAHO will keep pressing so that Latin America and the Caribbean obtain their share of world health resources. We want our voice to be heard loud and clear. I believe that with the right equipment and with the resources we already have, our region has what it needs to meet the challenges that are before us in health, in order that the vision of PAHO in equity and health throughout the region is within reach, so that universal health coverage is in hand. Now, what's beautiful about this is that it is possible that we can overcome barriers that may have appeared insuperable at some point, but that is not so. We can change the world around us, and by the way, it is what, since I was a young man, most attracted me to public health. We can make the difference. You and I know this, and we as leaders of public health have the opportunity to change the life, literally, of millions of people. Let's do it. Let's use our organization to that end. Let us strengthen it day by day and make sure that the goals before us and that I have sketched for you and that I know you share will make the difference. Let's move forward with a shared vision to really improve the health of every single person in this hemisphere. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director of the Pan American Health Sanitary Bureau, Dr. Barbosa, for that presentation. I should have recognized the new surroundings that we are in for for this session. You are the maiden participants in our new setting. So I want to thank the management and the team who have done an excellent job. And I hope you had a rapid tutorial in the use of the instruments, the new and improved instruments. Thank you very much for that. I also want to mention before the next speaker that we have online, and he has been online since the commencement of these proceedings, Dr. Tedros, our Director General of the World Health Organization, and he will speak momentarily. So I want to welcome him to these proceedings also. At this time, I would like to yield the floor to the Secretary of the Health and Human Services of the United States of America, Mr. Becerra, for his presentation.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Tufton, Director Barbosa, esteemed fellow ministers and friends, distinguished leaders and delegates, good morning and welcome to Washington, D.C. Thank you first and foremost to Dr. Barbosa and Honorable Dr. Tufton for bringing the American family together today for this 60th session of the PAHO Directing Council. For 6 decades, PAHO has been tested, and it has risen to meet every challenge put in front of it. The United States believes PAHO's mission, that is, to ensure good health in the Americas, and we are committed to continued partnership with our friends in PAHO. Together, we are working to strengthen health systems to improve access to quality health services for all. Last week at the UN General Assembly, we all made clear that universal health coverage is an essential building block toward achieving global health equity, strengthening global health security, and preventing future pandemics. And the United States joins the global community in urging action to get back on track in all critical UHC areas and restoring essential health services to levels that are better than before the pandemic. We are strongly committed here in the U.S. to both the pandemic accord negotiations and the process to strengthen the international health regulations, because disease knows no boundary. We know all too well no country can do this work entirely on its own. The health of one nation or one population is tied to the health of others. Cooperation is critical in everything we do. Further, we cannot overlook the impact the past 3 years has had on mental health. As part of his domestic unity agenda, President Biden here in the U.S. has released a comprehensive national strategy to transform how mental health is understood, accessed, treated, and integrated in and out of healthcare settings. We have also invested in expanding and diversifying our health workforce to meet the growing needs. In all this work, we must include the voices of women, the underrepresented, and LGBTQIA+ populations in our decision-making. And we must meaningfully include all people in all their diversity and reject policies that hinder their access to care because of bias, discrimination, or stigma. We welcome PAHO's leadership in introducing 4 new policy documents for consideration by this Directing Council on these issues to pave the way for improved access to health services across the American region. Finally, the Biden-Harris administration is committed to addressing the effects of climate change on health. We in the health sector have a critical role to play both in reducing emissions, but also, and very importantly, in helping our communities adapt and prepare for the impacts of climate change. Every day, we distance ourselves a bit more from the grimmest toll of the pandemic. We now face a critical inflection point. Will we recommit to investing in essential health services and preparedness and response to accelerate our collective progress throughout the region? The answer for our American family must be yes. We must work together to make progress on our shared health goals. Delay and hesitation are not our friends. Together, we must get this done. I believe we will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. I would like to yield the floor now to the Secretary for the Access to Rights and Equity of the Organization of American States, Mrs. Mari Carmen Plata.
Muchísimas gracias. Buenos días, doctor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, and greetings to you, Dr. Tufton, President of this Assembly, Dr. John Barbosa, Director, all of you at the head table, ministers of the Americas, and good friends all. It is a great honor to address you today on behalf of the Organization of the American States. We in the OAS, as has historically been the case, have been following very, very closely every step of PAHO's endeavors, most especially in the post-COVID-19 era, with new challenges, but also a great deal of new strides in public health, like the access to vaccines that Dr. Barbosa commented upon, and new strategies for the recovery of our region, which has, I don't think there's any doubt about this, really managed to do a great deal with the help of PAHO over this period. Thank you, Dr. Barbosa, for this annual report on 2022. And we appreciate that as he presented it to the Directing Council of the OAS this year. We know that this organization is moving forward with a firm foot and broad strides, very high level of professionalism and ongoing commitment from every single member of this Secretariat, as well as its openness to our member states and indeed to our own organization, the OAS, in order that we can jointly and severally move forward and be better prepared for the next crisis, which we know is out there. It's important to work together with PAHO in order to check our regional challenges and ensuring what Pan-American solidarity, equity, universality, and social inclusion can mean. The example of that common vision is something that we in the 9th Summit of the Americas led us to a new plan of action on health and resilience in the Americas. And it was the United States who led the parade in that regard. And there, of course, needless to say, PAHO's guidance has been essential to boost the capacity of the member states in this regard. Offering science-based approaches is absolutely a priority for the OAS, and you may be sure that you have our support to that end. We want transforming steps to make the difference and to really come up with answers that make a difference to people on the ground. Universal access to health is key to us all. Through that, we need sustainable efforts, identifying the gaps that do subsist and what we can do about them. That is why we think PAHO's role continues to be essential, and we at the OAS are doing our part to make sure that public health is a human right of the most essential nature, and we need, first of all, to spot who is most vulnerable. To that end, we have worked very much with elder adults, Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples in the region, to mention but these, and each one of those efforts have made a difference because they've brought us together in terms of access to health on the one hand and the determinants of health on the other. They're all twinned. These initiatives will draw lines of collaboration that are multisectoral. They will help the broadest and most effective implementation of public health. An example here is the work that we're doing in mental health. And here we applaud the Commission at the High-Level Commission on Public Mental Health that PAHO and OAS are working for together, and we hope that PAHO will continue to work forward in that regard because there are very few sectors that matter more than public mental health. We know that. We have to strengthen capacity, certainly. That'll make sure that both the OAS and PAHO can strengthen their own collaboration, working towards regional multilateralism that will trickle down to the most vulnerable. To that end, we need strong institutional vision. Both of us talked about it. And we know that this Directing Council will continue to make a difference, pinpointing the great challenges we have in public health. They have to be more resilient, but more equitable. I'm talking about the steps we'll take. Luis Almagro, our Secretary General, and Nestor Mendez, our Assistant Secretary General, believe as much. And on behalf of them both, I speak here in a spirit of solidarity, of friendship, and dialogue, the search for consensus, the identification of a common road to follow, and an absolutely unwavering commitment to the right to health for everybody in this hemisphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Plata. I will now yield the floor to the President of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mr. Ian Goldfan.
Thank you. Buenos días. Bon dia.
A very good morning to all of you.
Of health, leaders, head table colleagues at the Pan American Health Organization, several partners with us at the IDB working in the countries. It is a pleasure. It is great to join you all for this opening session of the 60th Directed Council and the 75th session of the Regional WHO Committee of the Americas. I want, in particular, to thank Dr. Barbosa for his leadership, his invitation. We have been working together, especially in two areas, the advocacy for primary healthcare and health information system, including digital, in the Americas. The IDB has been working in the health sector that has advanced in the last decade. But as you know, has room to improve in terms of efficiency, quality, access, equity, some of these challenges we heard before in the speeches. You know our regional healthcare challenges better than anyone. But let me highlight a few that we at IDB would like to highlight. First, health systems and citizens face a growing burden of non-communicable diseases. Some estimates show that by 2045, the region will have 7 times more people with diabetes than in 2000. Mental health is a growing concern. Even before the pandemic, depression was so common that just in 2019, before, the region lost the equivalent of over 2 million workers due to its effect. Second, low quality of health services remains still a challenge in Latin America and the Caribbean. In our region, 70% of preventable deaths are attributable to low quality rather than lack of access to services. So access is an issue, but quality is quite important. Third, aging, major challenge. Our region has achieved impressive advances in average lifespan. But the bad news, that we are still ill-equipped for a major demographic shift. Fast forward to 2019, more than 36% of people in Latin America will be elderly, making it the region with the world's highest percentage of adults over 60. So we will be the region with the most aging population. The 2020s is the decade of health and aging. Topic, we are collaborating closely with PAHO. Fourth, no country is immune to the climate crisis. You know that climate is one of our priorities at the IDB. Severe heat waves are causing more people to die, and climate change is increasing the prevalence of respiratory disease. Finally, what many of you call health fatigue is affecting finance ministries. Finance ministers are my governors at the IDB. Some of which feel they invested enough in healthcare during the pandemic, but there's much more to do. Let me highlight what the IDB and PAHO are doing and could be doing together. So some of the challenges I mentioned, we are tackling. Not all of them, but some of them. For example, this summer, just several weeks ago, Dr. Jarbas joined us at the IDB headquarters. We celebrated 5 years of collaboration on what we call information systems for health and digital transformation. We work together on digital information. We have leaders from Brazil to Ecuador, Guyana, Jamaica have joined us in that day to discuss how we can work together on the regional digital transformation where we can deliver equitable, high quality, and connected health for all. Let me give you an example of other investments that IDB held several years ago, decades ago. The Pan American Highway, when it was born. The IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, was involved in building this road. It's a physical road, but it promoted integration, it promoted a lot of benefits. What if we today, the IDB and PAHO, promote the same type of integration and connectivity, but in healthcare, a Pan-American highway for connected digital health? We have learned firsthand that diseases go beyond national borders. Another topic. The pandemic also showed that health emergencies aren't just physical risks, but also macroeconomic risks. That helps with that fatigue we mentioned. Our region shrank almost 7%. The GDP fell 7% in 2020, twice the global average. So we do need to scale up our resources right now, today, and we need to seize the opportunity to prepare health systems for the next pandemic, as you heard from the speeches of Dr. Jarbas and others. And we need to prepare for the consequences of climate change by increasing resilience, quality, and effectiveness of primary health care. Let me take the opportunity to mention an initiative we are now developing at the IDB with some countries of the region, the Amazon. We have launched the Amazon Forever. This is an IDB holistic umbrella program that includes a lot of initiatives from other places to develop this region, the Amazon, inclusively and sustainability. It is based on 5 pillars: deforestation and control, taking care of the cities and infrastructure, taking care of the bioeconomy to give alternative to people, talk about sustainable agriculture production, but last but not least, people. It is this 5th pillar, one which is people, is where the program provides a great platform to tackle healthcare challenges in a particularly sensitive area for the region and the planet. We are looking forward to our meeting in December in Uruguay, where the World Bank, PAHO, and the IDB will will join the Alliance for Primary Health Care. For us, a very important priority. This alliance will focus on investment, innovation, and implementing primary health care to improve lives. This will build on our partnership in Economic and Health Dialogue of the Americas, launched last year at the Summit of the Americas to facilitate collaboration between finance ministries and health ministries. So let me conclude here today saying that I'm confident that through our partnership and alliances, we can successfully tackle the challenges I mentioned. I wish you the best of success during the sessions, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golfan, for your address. I now invite online Dr. Tedros, Director General of the World Health Organization, who has been with us through these proceedings, to give us his address. Welcome, Dr. Tedros.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. The Honorable Chris Tufton, President of the Directing Council, Honorable Secretary Xavier Becerra, and Secretary Mary Carmen Plata, President Ilan Goldfein, and my friend and my RD, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, buenos dias, bonjour, bon dia, and good morning. I apologize that I cannot be with you in person this morning. Last week was a historic week for health, with 3 high-level meetings on health issues at the UN General Assembly in New York. Member states approved strong political declarations on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, universal health coverage, and tuberculosis. All 3 are relevant to the work of this region, and all 3 depend on a strong WHO and a strong PAHO. I thank Jarbas for his report, which contains many reasons for celebration, as well as reasons for concern. And I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate you, Jarbas, for your first anniversary. And all the best for your leadership in the next years. In particular, I welcome the reinvigoration of the Elimination Initiative, the launch of the One Health Action Plan, and the other work of the regional office. Over the past 6 years, WHO has undergone the most significant transformation in its history, grounded in a bold new strategy, the 13th General Program of Work. As you know, we are now working with member states to develop the 14th General Program of Work for 2025 to 2028. In my address to the Regional Committee last year, I outlined 5 priorities, the 5 Ps, which are now becoming the basis for GPW 14, to promote, provide, protect, power, and perform for health. A few words on each. The first priority is to promote health and prevent disease by addressing its root causes. Much of this work depends on individuals and communities being empowered to make healthier choices. So I welcome the proposal on strategic communications for behavior change, which you will consider this week during your session. Likewise, the policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults will be important for saving lives and saving health costs in the long term. And thank you, Jarbas, for taking this as one of your initiatives. In June, I was honored to attend the Ministerial Conference on NCDs and Mental Health in Barbados. The outcome of that conference, the Bridgetown Declaration, is a collective call on all countries to support small island states to address the impact of NCDs and the mental health alongside the existential threat of climate change. For the first time, this year's COP28 in the United Arab Emirates will include a day dedicated to health, and I encourage all member states to participate actively and hope to see you there. The second priority is to provide health by radically reorienting health systems towards primary health care at the foundation of universal health coverage. The most recent edition of the Global Monitoring Report on UHC, published last week, shows that as a region, the Americas enjoys one of the highest levels of service coverage in the world. Although, of course, there is wide variation between countries. I'm pleased to note that 34 countries in the region are implementing strategies and plan of action to increase response capacity at the first level of care. But the report also shows that there has been little change in 20 years in the percentage of the region's population who experience financial hardship from out-of-pocket health spending. So I urge all member states to focus on financial protection for your population, especially for women and children. Maternal and newborn, child and adolescent health are crucial. And I'm concerned to note that immunization coverage rates in the region have now hit a 10-year low following the COVID-19 pandemic. Restoring routine immunization to pre-pandemic levels is vital. To support member states, WHO has launched the Big Catch-up with UNICEF and Gavi to support the most affected countries to catch up, recover, and strengthen their immunization infrastructure. That includes services for mental health conditions, which are a major cause of death and disability in the region. So I welcome the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention, which you will consider this week. I also commend to you the policy on strengthening human resources for health, because as you know, there is no health without health workers. I know from my conversations with many ministers from the Caribbean that they are frustrated at losing their health workers to international migration. Of course, we understand that migration will happen, but we urge all member states to honor the global code of practice on the international recruitment of health personnel. We also ask those member states who recruit from Caribbean countries to support Caribbean countries technically and financially to train more health workers. The third priority is to protect health by preparing countries to mitigate health risks and to rapidly detect and respond to both acute and protracted health emergencies. More than 360 million people worldwide are currently in need of humanitarian assistance. I'm especially concerned about the deteriorating situation in Haiti, where almost half the population is facing hunger. The cholera outbreak is continuing. There are alarming levels of gender-based violence. Attacks on healthcare are continuing. And 1/5 of the population lacks access to health services. The people of Haiti deserve better. We call for safe and unhindered humanitarian access. We call for attacks on health to stop. And we call on partners and donors to scale up support and not to forget Haiti. WHO PAHO's emergency appeal for Haiti is $36.6 million, targeting support for 18 million people. So far, we have received just $12 million. I hope you will continue to support. Meanwhile, regionally and globally, the same vulnerabilities that COVID-19 exposed persist. That's why WHO has developed a plan for a more equitable, inclusive, and coherent global architecture for health emergency preparedness and response with equity at its core. The new pandemic accord and amendments to the international health regulations will provide the vital legal foundations for this architecture. However, I'm concerned that negotiations are moving slowly and that the accord may not be agreed in time for next year's World Health Assembly. I urge all member states to work with a sense of urgency, with a particular focus on resolving the most difficult and contentious issues. This is a unique opportunity that we must not miss to put in place a comprehensive accord that addresses all of the lessons learned during the pandemic, with a particular emphasis on equity. This generational agreement can only be written by this generation because we are the lived community who knows how it feels, and we have the responsibility to write this accord and to ensure global solidarity to prevent any pandemics to this scale in the future. Promoting, providing, and protecting health are proposed as the three key priorities for all member states in the 14th General Program of Work. The other two keys, powering and performing for health, are enablers of the first three. Powering health means harnessing the power of science, research and development, data and digital technologies. Just a few weeks ago, WHO launched the Global Initiative on Digital Health at the G20 Health Ministers meeting in India. The Global Initiative will support member states by converging and convening global standards, best practices, and resources for digital health transformation rooted in people-centered, evidence-based solutions. And the final P, performing for health, is about the work we're doing at the Secretariat to support you better. In particular, one of my key focuses for the remainder of my second term is to strengthen our country offices with a core country presence, delegation of authority, adequate financial and human resources, the implementation of global mobility, enhanced internal communications, and more. And for our countries to be strong enough to support countries based on their priorities so we achieve the derailed SDGs. To support these efforts, I have squeezed $100 million from our budget to allocate to country offices. Our program budget for the next biennium is also the first in which country offices will be allocated more than half of the total budget for the biennium. We have already increased funding flows to regions and countries, and the more flexible funding we receive, the more we can increase that amount. Our work to strengthen country offices will benefit greatly from the 20% increase in assessed contributions, and by the proposal for an investment round, both of which you approved at this year's World Health Assembly. We're also continuing our efforts to strengthen our workforce, to achieve gender equity at all levels, and to make zero tolerance for all forms of sexual misconduct a reality and not merely a slogan. My thanks to you, my friend Jarbas, for your leadership and partnership, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in the coming years. Thank you all once again for your continued commitment to promoting, providing, protecting, powering, and performing for health in the Americas. I wish you all a very productive and successful regional conference, and I thank you. Obrigado, muchas gracias, and merci beaucoup. And back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros, for that wide-ranging speech and for your ongoing support to our hemispheric health body. Distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, you have heard a number of presentations which captures the theme of the week and the urgency of public health. I would like to take this opportunity on your behalf to thank all the speakers for their presentation, for their effort, and for their commitment. And I now declare, having said that, officially open the 60th Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization, the 75th session of the Regional Committee of the World Health Organization for the Americas officially open. So I'm going to ask the head table, those who would leave us at this point, allow them to leave for a few minutes, not the rest of us, approximately 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will close this session for a more extended break. So thanks to our specially invited guests, and you're now allowed to depart the head table. Thank you.
$20.
Okay, thank you very much. The meeting is now reconvened, and we will continue as we move to items 2.1, appointment of the Committee on Credentials. I now yield the floor to the Secretary, Ms. Mary Lua Valdez, Deputy Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to report to the Council on the statutory provisions concerning this particular item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure reads as follows. A committee on credentials consisting of 3 members or associate members shall be appointed by the Council at the beginning of the first meeting. This committee shall examine the credentials of the delegates of the members and associate members and representatives of observer states and report to the Council thereon without delay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'd like to inform the Council that by agreement reached at the heads of delegation meeting this morning, Argentina, Barbados, and Canada have been nominated to the Committee on Credentials. If there are no objections, and I see none, I declare Argentina, Barbados, and Canada elected and invite a delegate from each of these 3 countries to meet during the coffee break this morning in room 7.712, located on the 7th floor, to examine the credentials received and to report to the Council without delay. I would like to inform the plenary that the Committee on Credentials will report to the Council after the lunch break. The Office of the Legal Counsel will provide support in the deliberations of the committee. If we are in agreement, I'll move now to the next item, general announcements. I would like to invite now the Secretary to make some general announcements.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are a lot, so bear with me.
Okay.
In accordance with Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, the working languages shall be those of the members of the Council. Therefore, interpretation is being provided in English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. Delegates are please asked to give their name and country each time they take the floor. This will facilitate the official record keeping of the interventions. Member states, participating states, and associate members will be recognized before observer states, intergovernmental organizations, and non-state actors in official relations with PAHO and the WHO. As usual, all members are asked to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. A time tracking system will be displayed on the screen to help delegates keep track of time during the interventions. Instructions on the use of the microphone system are as follows. To request the floor, please press the silver button on the microphone base. The green light, which means request, will light up to indicate that your request has been registered. Please be aware that pushing the silver button a second time will result in your request being deleted from the queue, and your place on the speaker will be lost. So please only push it once. To speak, the President will recognize your request, and the red light, which means to speak, will light up to indicate that your microphone has been activated. Your microphone will be live as long as the ring on the microphone is red. When you finish speaking, please press the silver button again to disconnect your microphone. We would like to kindly remind the delegates to send their interventions to gbo@paho.org. This will help with the preparation of the final report of this session. Please ensure that each intervention includes the name of your country and the corresponding agenda item number. Access to documents, daily programs, and updates during the session of the Directing Council is available on the PAHO webpage and through the PAHO Governing Bodies app. You can download the app to your laptop or smartphone, and we encourage you to use it. Access to the proposed resolutions during the session of the Directing Council is available at rts.paho.org. The credentials for delegates to access the site have been distributed as a loose blue document. In addition to the items on the agenda, we will have 4 briefing sessions from Monday through Thursday during the lunch break. Information for each session can be found in the program of sessions. Today, right after the morning sessions, heads of delegation will gather in this room for the official photo of the 60th Directing Council. This evening, right after finalizing the deliberations of the day, our director, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa, will officially inaugurate the new facilities here in Room A. Following the inauguration of the facilities this evening at 6 p.m., our director will host a reception in honor of the participants of the Directing Council. This reception will take place in the headquarters building patio on the ground level. Finally, please note that this room has 4 exit doors, 2 in the back and 2 on each side. In case of an emergency, proceed to evacuate through these doors and follow the instructions given by the floor wardens wearing an orange vest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. A lot of announcements, so please take note. Okay, so this brings us to the end of this morning's session. I believe we all deserve a coffee break or a tea break, and that is available on the patio. So we will take a 20-minute break. It's now 10:24, so we'll get back here at 10:44. Thank you very much, and officially on break.
Changing opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El sistema informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primera visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier.
That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you will be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way.
This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to strengthen
PAHO's technical cooperation.
This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
El envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades, la posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones, mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support of electricity. If there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier. With the help of this new tool, you will be able to access information quickly with the click of a button. The launch of our digital demand planning module is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's technical cooperation. Furthermore, future enhancements will allow member states to consult financial information, follow up on purchases, and monitor shipments. With our new digital demand planning module, you can simply and quickly access your previous year's demand plans as a starting point, or you can choose to start a new one. The system will also provide condensed demand reports and indicative prices aligned with the prices published on our website. Although we have evolved to a digital platform, the information collected will remain the same. Our questions haven't changed and are faithful to the Excel PAHO 173. The steps to complete the tool translate perfectly to our digitized version. We invite you to join us in this exciting change. The Revolving Fund, along with PAHO's technical support, will assist you in a face-to-face, personalized training session dedicated to resolving any questions that may arise during the process. We are happy to count on your support for this change to be successful and to continue facilitating access to quality vaccines in an equitable and transparent way.
envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo.
Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar, em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Cada año, en países en vías de desarrollo, hay 89 millones de embarazos no deseados y se estima que se realizan en todo el mundo alrededor de 25 millones de abortos inseguros. El 97% de ellos tienen lugar en América Latina, África y Asia, regiones del mundo con leyes más restrictivas. Solo el 55% de los abortos cumplen con los estándares recomendados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. En América Latina, 1 de cada 5 embarazos termina en pérdida gestacional y cerca de 1 millón de mujeres son hospitalizadas anualmente por complicaciones derivadas de abortos inseguros. Así, el aborto es aún en nuestra región la 4ª causa de mortalidad en mujeres embarazadas. En este contexto, el Centro Latinoamericano de Perinatología crea en el año 2015 la red CLAP MUSA para atender a las mujeres en situación de aborto y así contribuir a la reducción de la morbimortalidad materna. La red promueve el trabajo y la colaboración entre instituciones para fortalecer la vigilancia epidemiológica, la investigación operativa y la generación de una masa crítica de profesionales formados en temas de salud sexual y reproductiva. ¿Cómo funciona esta red? Liderados por el CLAP, se encuentran distribuidos 40 centros centinelas en 13 países que trabajan de manera conjunta, intercambiando información para mejorar la vigilancia de indicadores en la atención de las mujeres en situación de aborto. La red usa la historia clínica perinatal que desarrolló un módulo especial llamado CIP-A, siguiendo los estándares marcados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, lo que permite sistematizar la información, generar informes locales y monitorear los cambios después de intervenciones de capacitación y seguimiento de las guías nacionales. De esta manera, en la red CLAP MUSA, todos los países de la región, sin importar las diferencias culturales o legales, hablan un lenguaje común. Así, América Latina se convierte en la primera región del mundo con una red de centros centinelas que monitorean constantemente la atención que se brinda a las mujeres en situación de aborto, lo cual servirá para el diseño, implementación y evaluación de políticas públicas.
PROMES, the Program of Essential Medicines and Supplies, is a key player in the health sector of Haiti. And from here, we make distributions to all the institutions and many humanitarian actors across Haiti. With this PAHO initiative, we managed to really improve the quality of the operation that was highly needed here in PROMES.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin shortly. Can we take our seats, please? Thank you very much.
The Office of the Comptroller General of the Republic of
Thank you very much. And hopefully we will, with other breaks, observe the times. Otherwise, we're going to be here a lot longer in the evening time, which I'm sure we'd like to avoid. So let me welcome you back to the session. And we are now at items 2.2, election of officers. I yield the floor now to the Secretary to report to the Council on the statutory provisions concerning this particular item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 16 states, the Council shall elect a member or an associate member to the Presidency, the 2 Vice Presidencies, and the Office of Rapporteur, respectively. They shall hold office until their successors are elected. Each elected member or associate member shall designate a person on its delegation to serve in that office for the duration of the session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I would at this time like to inform the Council that by agreement reached in the heads of delegation meeting this morning, Panama has been nominated to the presidency. If there are no objections, and I see none, I will declare Panama elected by acclamation to the presidency and invite Ms. Dr. Birio Akwai, hope I have the pronunciation correctly, Vice Minister of Health of Panama, to come to the head table to assume the presidency.
Continuando con el procedimiento de esta mañana, informo al Consejo, en virtud del acuerdo logrado en la reunión de jefes de delegación, se propone a Surinam y Argentina para ejercer las vicepresidencias. Si no hay objeción, declaramos a Surinam y Argentina elegidos por aclamación para ocupar las 2 vicepresidencias del Consejo. El próximo punto es la elección para la relatoría. Informo al Consejo que, en virtud del acuerdo logrado en la reunión de jefes de delegación, se ha propuesto a Belice para desempeñar el puesto de relatoría. Los aplausos nos indican que Belice es elegido por aclamación e invitamos a la al delegado de Belice a ocupar su puesto en la mesa principal. Solicitamos a la secretaria.
We ask the Secretary to report on the regulations regarding this point.
Estamos en el.
We are now on agenda item 2.3, which is the establishment of a working group to look into Article 6B of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. In Article 6B of the PAHO Constitution, and we ask the Secretary to inform about the provisions for this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President. Article 6B of the PAHO Constitution provides that, and I quote, if a government fails to meet its financial obligations to the organization by the date of the opening of the Pan American Sanitary Conference or the Directing Council, by being in arrears exceeding the sum of its annual payments of contributions for 2 full years, the voting privileges of that government shall be suspended. Nevertheless, if the conference or the Directing Council is satisfied that the failure of the government to pay its due is due to conditions beyond its control, it may permit the government to vote. End quote. Traditionally, it has been the practice of the Directing Council to appoint a working party made of delegates of 3 member states to study the application of this article. Thank you, Madam President.
De esta manera informamos.
Thus, we report to Council that because of the agreement reached this morning at the meeting of heads of delegation, Dominica, El Salvador, and Haiti have been proposed in order to be part of this working party. Should there be no objection, We thus elected Dominica, El Salvador, and Haiti to be members of the Working Party, and I ask you to meet this afternoon in room 712 during the coffee break. The Working Party will receive the support of our office. We would like to inform before Council that the appointments will appear in the final report as a decision. The next item is the establishment of the General Committee. And for that, we give the floor to the Secretary to report on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Madam President. Rule 32 states, the Council shall establish a General Committee consisting of the President of the Council, the 2 Vice Presidents, the Rapporteur, and 3 delegates elected by the Council from among those members or associate members not already represented on the General Committee. The President of the Council shall also serve as the President of the General Committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Informamos al Consejo que
We would like to report to Council that because of the agreement reached this morning at the meeting of heads of delegation, the following 3 members have been nominated to be part of the General Committee for Council, together with the members that have been elected for the presidency, the vice presidencies, and the rapporteur. These representatives are Cuba, the USA, and the Dominican Republic.
si no hay objeción,
Should there be no objection, then we declare as elected Cuba, the United States of America, and the Dominican Republic.
la Comisión General
The General Committee shall meet today during the lunch break. After the official photograph in room 712 on the 7th floor. We would let Council know that there's no need for an adoption of a resolution on this agenda item. The appointments will be reflected in the final report as a decision. We thus move on to the next item, which is the adoption of the agenda. I would like to bring it to the attention of the Council, document CD 60/1, and I give the floor to the Secretary to present the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Madam President. Rule 10 states, the Council shall adopt its own agenda, and in doing so, may make such additions or modifications to the provisional agenda as it may wish, in accordance with these rules and as recommended by the General Committee. In accordance with Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure, a provisional agenda, document CD 60/1, Rev 1, as approved by the Executive Committee, was distributed to each of the members, participating states, associate members, and observer members of the organization. It is now incumbent upon the Council, under Rule 10 of its Rules of Procedure, to adopt its own agenda. Thank you, Madam President.
en este momento
And we now offer the floor to all participants. Floor is open for comments.
al finalizar el debate,
At the end of the debate,
Adelante, doctor Barbosa.
Please, Dr. Barbosa. Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on your election and to submit a proposal in order to include one item on the agenda for this directing council. As you know, we're going through the process of the discussion of the planning cycle of the World Health Organization. We believe that this would be a good opportunity to have in this meeting of the Directing Council a regional consultation on this matter. This was also a request submitted by our colleagues at headquarters in Geneva, and I believe that it would be greatly beneficial for member states to be able to have the possibility of becoming acquainted, reaffirming, undertaking formalities for that important document, which will be the document of the 14th General Program of Work of the World Health Organization. If it is okay with you, if it is acceptable, the fact is that we could include this agenda item on Thursday this week, to be discussed on Thursday this week. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to inform that at the end of the debate, should a member state or the director propose the inclusion of a new agenda item, be it in the agenda or any other change or amendment, we would kindly ask the Secretary to report on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Madam President. Rule 12 states, except in extraordinary circumstances, a proposal for the inclusion of an item in the provisional agenda or agenda shall be accompanied by a working document prepared by the proposer to serve as a basis for discussion. And Rule 13 states, the director shall report to the council on the technical, administrative, and financial implications, if any, of all agenda items. Thank you, Madam President.
Concedemos el.
I open the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions on this proposal, the proposed inclusion in the agenda.
No hay peticiones para.
There are no requests for the floor, and so we give the floor to the Secretary so that she can report on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Madam President. I will now read the rule corresponding to the function of the General Committee regarding the revision of the proposed agenda. Rule 33C of the Rules of Procedure reads as follows. The General Committee shall C. Recommend measures to be taken regarding any proposed agenda item submitted after the provisional agenda has been dispatched pursuant to Rule 2 and prior to the adoption of the agenda pursuant to Rule 10. Since the General Committee will not hold its first meeting until the lunch break today, in order to proceed with this morning's program, delegates are requested to provisionally adopt the agenda of the Council as presented in document CD 60/1 Rev 1. For your information, a program of meetings, document 60/WP Rev 1, has been prepared and made available as a guide only. It is provisional and subject to the approval of the General Committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Informamos.
I'd like to report to the plenary that in accordance with the statutory provisions for the Council and the General Committee will look at the agenda and the meeting schedule and will submit recommendations further on. If there are no objections, I declare the provisional agenda adopted, pending examination by the General Committee. I would like to bring to your attention that there is no need to adopt a resolution on the item. The adoption of the agenda will appear as a decision in the final report. Moving on to the next agenda item, annual report of the President of the Executive Committee. I would like to bring document CD 60-2 to the attention of the Council and invite the President of the Executive Committee, Dr. Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness of Jamaica, to present his annual report.
Thank you very much. As President of the Executive Committee, it is my pleasure to introduce the report on the activities carried out by the committee and its subcommittee on program, budget and administration between September 2022 and September 2023. During that period, the committee held its 171st and 172nd sessions, and the subcommittee held its 17th session. At this time, I will report only on those items examined by the committee that are not on the agenda of this directing council. I will be reporting on the other items as they are addressed by the council. So during the period in question, the members of the committee were Argentina, the plurinational state of Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Cuba, Jamaica, Suriname, and the United States of America, and Uruguay. The Executive Committee held its 171st session on the 30th of September 2022, immediately following the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference. My country, Jamaica, was elected to serve as President of the Executive Committee for the period from September 2022 to September 2023. Cuba was elected Vice President, and the plurinational state of Bolivia was elected Rapporteur. During the 171st session, the committee elected Argentina and the United States of America to serve on the subcommittee on program, budget, and administration, and appointed members of the award committee for the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023. The committee also set the dates for the sessions of the governing bodies in 2023 and agreed on topics to be discussed during the year. During the same session, the committee received an update on the Master Capital Investment Fund and the renovations underway at the PAHO headquarters building. The committee held its 172nd session from the 26th to the 29th of June of this year. During the session, the committee heard a report on the 17th session of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration, which was held in March. The administrative, financial, programmatic, and personnel matters discussed by the subcommittee at its 17th session were subsequently discussed by the Executive Committee. A number of them are also on the agenda of this directing council. Details may be found in the final report of the subcommittee's 17th session document SPBA 17/FR. Among other actions taken during its June session, the Executive Committee decided to approve the admission of 2 non-state actors into official relations with PAHO and the continuation of official relations between PAHO and 11 non-state actors. It also appointed a member to the PAHO Audit Committee. In addition, the Executive Committee examined the annual reports of the Ethics Office, the Investigations Office, the Audit Committee, and the Office of Internal Audit for 2022. Under administrative and financial matters, the committee received an update on the status of the Master Capital Investment Fund and its various sub-funds. The committee also reviewed a report on the status of the emergency loan from the Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines to the Regional Revolving Fund for Strategic Public Health Supplies. The emergency loan ended when WHO declared an end to the COVID-19 pandemic. Under personnel matters, the committee reviewed and endorsed several amendments to the staff rules related to staff salaries and benefits, It also confirmed the salaries of the director, deputy director, and assistant director for 2023. In addition, the committee heard a report on the Bureau's human resources and received an update on the Bureau's efforts to prevent and respond to sexual harassment, exploitation, and abuse. As is customary, the Executive Committee heard a statement by a representative of the PAHO WHO Staff Association. At its 172nd session, the Executive Committee adopted 12 resolutions and 2 decisions which appear together with a summary of the presentations and discussions on each item in the final report of the session, document CE 172/FR. This, Madam Chair, concludes this portion of my report. Madam President, sorry. As I said earlier, I'll be reporting on the other items considered by the Executive Committee as they are addressed by the Directing Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tufton, for this report. I now open the floor to the plenary to begin discussions. If there are no comments, I yield the floor to the director, Dr. Barbosa, who will share his remarks with us.
At this point, I just want to recognize and to thank Minister Tufton for his leadership and to thank every one of the 90 members of our executive committee. We had a very productive meeting in June. So this was very, very relevant to the preparation of this directing council and all the themes that we will discuss here that were discussed, prepared, and approved during the executive committee. So I just want to thank all of you for this very collaborative work. Thank you.
En este momento,
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the President of the Executive Committee for his report and the members of the Executive Committee for their invaluable work and inform the Council that the discussions will be noted in the final report. We move to the next agenda item, the annual report of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. I would like to bring official document 368 to the attention of the Council and ask the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, Dr. Yarbas Barbosa, to present his annual report.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Ambassadors, permanent representatives and permanent observers, secretaries, directors, and other professionals of the Organization of American States, dear colleagues, especially invited guests. Good morning to you all again, and thank you for being here. I am pleased to present my first annual report as Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, which covers the period July 2022 to June 2023, and reflects a time of transition on many fronts. We have finally emerged from the acute phase of the COVID-19 pandemic and into the post-pandemic recovery. The past few years' intense focus on emergency response have shifted to a broader effort to implement lessons learned and reinvigorate disrupted service provision. And within the Bureau itself, we have transitioned from one administration to another. Periods of transition can create disturbance. However, with sufficient reflection, they can also present important opportunities. I want to make certain that the momentum of change is harnessed in the most beneficial way. To help us work together to identify and address long-standing challenges across the region and within the Bureau, and make valuable course corrections that better equip us to achieve our shared goals. Reflecting on my first months as director of PAHO, I take great pride in assuming the leadership of an organization whose footprint, visibility, and impact were already growing under the wise, compassionate, and steadfast leadership of my predecessor, Dr. Etienne, a much valued colleague and friend. We saw some landmark regional initiatives launched during her tenure, such as the High-Level Commission on Mental Health, which I will refer to again in a few minutes, which significantly contributed to enhancing the health and well-being of the people of the Americas long into the future. However, with global attention now palpably shifting to the post-pandemic phase, we at PAHO must make a corresponding shift to safeguard our successes and maintain the preeminence of health in the development agenda. We must clearly and firmly make the case for sustained investment in health, to ensure that the galvanizing force of the pandemic is used to maximum effect, to protect the region's people from future disease and suffering. Earlier this morning, I talked about the 5 pillars I set out during my inaugural address, which are intended to guide the organization's work over the next years. I also described the PAHO Forward, my organization-wide initiative to increase the Bureau's efficiency, transparency, and accountability, creating the internal systems that I hope will form a robust platform on which to build up the organization's relevance and leadership in the region of the Americas and globally. This director's annual report, which is substantially different in length, format, and content from previous years, is an excellent example of how we are putting these principles into action. Providing better visibility to our work is a crucial part of a more accountable and transparent organization. We want to capture and communicate our results in a way that presents a clear, concise image of the impact of what we have achieved, and to tell our stories in ways that showcase success, celebrate our partnerships, value our financial supporters, and recognize the tremendous efforts of our member states against backdrops of huge fiscal, economic, social, and health constraints. The report documents the many ways in which the Bureau has capitalized the opportunity presented by the sudden prominence of health during the pandemic to reinforce the position as the preferred health sector partner in countries of the region. We have demonstrated our convening power, technical expertise, analytical capacity, and close relationships with ministries of health. We have upgraded our systems, incorporated new technologies, and scaled up our technical cooperation to meet the huge increase in demand. These investments, in both reputation and function, will continue to yield benefits going forward. Overall, this report demonstrates how our commitment to acknowledging weaknesses and gaps exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic and learning its hard lessons is already delivering results. It is this approach that will drive the accelerated progress the region desperately needs to get back on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and deliver a truly sustainable post-pandemic recovery. I now want to highlight a few of the key achievements the report presents. First, thanks to the generous support of several donors, we are proud of having been able to support countries to sustain and scale up their pandemic response activities right to the end of the acute phase of the pandemic. Focusing on vaccination, procurement, health system strengthening, and generation of technical knowledge, the Bureau supported the countries to increase the total number of COVID-19 vaccine doses administered in the region from just under 1.5 billion to over 2 billion, surpassing the WHO target of 70% of coverage for the region as a whole. Direct procurements, which absorbed the majority of implemented funds, were used to deliver 50 million units of supplies to countries, amounting to a total of 31 shipments to 25 countries and territories. These are huge achievements, not only helping countries directly, but also in demonstrating PAHO's ability to implement significant amount of financing rapidly and effectively, and ensure alignment of donor investments with country needs and priorities. This would not have been possible without our long-established country coordination mechanisms and dedicated sub-regional and country office teams. Importantly, knowledge and capacities developed through these activities, for example, training and equipping primary health care clinics and staff to provide clinical care for patients with COVID-19, and our work to understand and address vaccination access barriers among the most vulnerable, underserved groups are now contributing to sustainable recoveries based on renewed primary health care. This mindset of championing activities whose benefits multiply over time is key to maximizing our impact. Another good example of this approach is the Elimination Initiative, which lays out a vision for a future free of more than 30 communicable diseases, and which has been the driver of more integrated, effective, and equitable health services. Although the COVID-19 pandemic temporarily halted its implementation, PAHO will be relaunching the Elimination Initiative in the post-pandemic era as a core component of recovery and resilience. As part of this effort, countries that have completed the action plans to strengthen the essential public health functions, another important and far-reaching health system strengthening initiative, have committed to include elimination actions within their national health plans and other health planning instruments. Let me now switch to Spanish. Sin embargo,
however, by planning future resilience, we should not neglect the fact that the pandemic has left a very lasting furrow in the complex situation of epidemiology in the region. Health was already a major public health issue in the regions of the country due to the high burden of disease, low coverage in treatment, and increase in rates for suicide that, as a matter of concern, are opposed to the global trends. In this context, the pandemic contributed to the appearance of new mental health problems and worsened the pre-existing ones, while also hindering access to mental health, which is essential care. Data have shown that in 2020, depression and serious anxiety increased 35% and 32% respectively in Latin America and the Caribbean. Women, young people, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, members of other ethnic groups, and persons living in poverty are amongst the most seriously impacted groups. In 2022, my predecessor, Dr. Etienne, had the vision to establish the High-Level Commission for Mental Health and COVID-19 with the purpose of attaching priority to mental health in the region and provide guidance to member states concerning the strengthening of mental health during and after the pandemic. In June 2023, the Commission published its final report, and this is a broad and well-articulated call to action. The strategy to improve mental health and prevent suicide in the region of the Americas that will be presented for your consideration at this meeting of the Directing Council is based on the recommendations by the High-Level Commission. The strategy underscores the need to implement an intersectoral response assigning priority to mental health and suicide prevention, in addition to mobilizing resources to meet the demand for care that is increasing continuously. Reflecting the trends of mental health among the general public, the pandemic also had serious harmful consequences for health workers. 14.7 to 22% of workers in the health sector in most countries of the region notified symptoms of a depressive episode, where 16% of the total health workforce in the region, estimated to be 15 million people, was directly impacted by COVID-19. These figures are alarming in light of the chronic scarcity of human resources for the health systems in the region that the WHO has projected as a minimum at 600,000 health professionals in Latin America and the Caribbean by 2030. An imminent crisis like this means that the new staff policy for health in 2030, presented for your consideration at this council meeting also, will be particularly important because it seeks to guide activities to strengthen health human resources with the core of resilient health systems. Earlier, I spoke to you about one of the chief technical initiatives I want to implement to incorporate the non-communicable diseases in primary care. However, as of yet, I have not yet spoken about the determinants of these disease burden, which is ever increasing, nor to what extent poor health among adults is related to risk factors that can be modified in life cycle. The 4 factors for non-communicable disease, consumption or use of tobacco, use of alcohol, unhealthy nutrition, and physical inactivity, become lifelong habits, and this occurs during childhood or adolescence. This trend is aggravated by the fact that these groups are frequently the subject of marketing messages that encourage the use of tobacco or ultra-processed products. With a prevalence of obesity in the population aged 5 to 19 years of age at 14.4% in 26, the most recent year for which regional data is available, compared to only 3% in 1975, this region is amongst the most affected in the world. In order to be effective, prevention interventions must aim at that and focus on that critical moment as recommended in the new policy for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in the child, adolescent, and young populations. This policy offers strategic and technical guidance for interventions having to do with the NCDs targeting this population, and they are based on a set of cost-effective interventions that were proposed and updated recently by the World Health Organization. Although these and many other activities and achievements of the Bureau are described in detail in the complete annual report, there are some additional milestones that underscore the global profile of WHO that worth mentioning. PAHO's leadership when it comes to the health of indigenous peoples and as a benchmark to guide decision-making globally has been recognized thanks to the key role at the Permanent Forum of the United Nations on the information about Afro-descendants and at other international fora. Our global leader innovations when it comes to procurement, including robotic automation of processes and digital solutions that are cloud-based, created by the PAHO Strategic Fund and Revolving Fund, ensure transparency, rigor, and confidence in the procurement process. These have been recognized as a global award because of the digital impact granted or awarded by the leader procurement organization when it comes to acquisitions. The continuous expansion and success of the virtual campus are platform for health worker training, which is offered online, reached a record figure of 2.5 million users this year. And the rapid deployment of telehealth models at the primary care level, thanks to PAHO's support, promote the digital literacy of health workers, including as part of the virtual campus activities, are ready to revolutionize medical care in our region. Clear demonstrations of results such as these, making the most of lessons learned from the pandemic, these are then expanded and institutionalized while providing support to countries to re-guide them towards primary health care, allowing them to recover the full operation of the health system. And this is the essence of what we wish to achieve with the 5 pillars. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, delegates, the pandemic showed that our struggle as the most unequal region of the world supports many of our current and future health challenges. But I am convinced that through learning from these lessons, capturing innovations and conveying or transmitting them effectively and interestingly, as we hope to have achieved with this report, we do have the opportunity to situate the region on an accelerated path towards health for all and offer truly sustainable post-pandemic recovery. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señor director.
Thank you very much, Director, for this report. At present, we'd like to offer the floor to the plenary for discussion.
Iniciamos.
I grant the floor to the representative of Honduras.
Thank you very much for granting me the floor, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. Honduras, as a priority member state of the Pan American Health Organization, would like to express its sincere appreciation to the director of the Pan American Health Organization for the very valuable report and congratulates him on the renewed vision for the organization. Honduras acknowledges PAHO as an authorized voice for public health in the Americas and values our strategic cooperation. Honduras supports the vision of PAHO to have a resilient health system and makes the commitment to ensure the right to health with quality, equity, and accessibility, highlighting the importance of strengthening the first level of care by building hospitals and addressing the social determinants of health. The health of women and the reduction of pregnancy rates amongst adolescents are a priority in Honduras. We thank the differentiated support we have received from PAHO. The digital transformation and telemedicine are all essential tools to provide quality care. Our HOPE expects to receive continuous support from PAHO in adopting these technologies. We reaffirm the commitment to eliminating disease such as malaria and tuberculosis, and we value the continuous support provided by PAHO to help us reach these vital goals. In Honduras, like in other nations of the Americas, the indigenous and Afro-descendant groups often encounter a disproportionate impact caused by climate change and health services. So we would like to support a differentiated approach which respects their traditional traditions and their relationship with nature. We value cooperation amongst countries and advocate for joint growth in the region in the area of public health, where we can help those who face challenges. Honduras praises the support made by PAHO and reaffirms our strong support to cooperate to address health challenges in the region. We would like to thank the Council for their attention and hope to move forward towards a more prosperous and healthy future. Thank you very much.
En este momento,
I now would like to call on the representative of Paraguay. Good morning, Madam Chair and Director of the Pan American Health Organization and distinguished delegates. It's an honor to address you for the first time as the Minister of Health of Paraguay. I would like to highlight the work that has been done under the first year of Dr. Jarva's term. His report, as stated, covers a period of transition addressing many fronts, from the acute COVID pandemic 2019 to the recovery post-pandemic, from the emergency response to the lessons taught by the pandemic to the revitalizing of services. We also thank him for having highlighted Paraguay's progress in the legislative protection of mental health through an approach based on the rights of disabled persons. Mental Health Law number 7018/2022 is consistent with the Convention on the Rights of Disabled Persons. In this regard, my country fully agrees that community services, the integration of mental health in primary health care are fundamental. It is therefore necessary to promote and protect mental health. It is important to have early detection of possible disorders and have prevention efforts. We would like to highlight that we still have challenges as a region which we need to address, such as the weakness in the supply system, develop more resilient systems, and have optimization of resources to avoid unnecessary financial commitments by countries, particularly in a context of post-pandemic recovery when resources are scarce and need to be used in a strategic manner. We are convinced that the Pan American Health Organization, under the leadership of Dr. Jarvas, will be able to fulfill the goal of creating a more agile, transparent, and efficient organization, one that is able to adapt to the needs of each member state. And finally, I'd like to highlight Paraguay's commitment to the health of my country and the region. That is why I urge all members of this Directing Council to work in a cooperative effort and solidarity to confront the challenges that still face us. Only through collaboration and synergy will we have a more healthy, equitable region for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
agradecemos la participación.
We thank the representative of Honduras and Paraguay for their presentations, and now call on the representative of Ecuador. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ecuador thanks the Director of Pan American Health Organization for his report and highlights the accomplishments and achievements of the office to overcome the post-pandemic report. As was seen in the report, the Americas were seriously affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, covering a complex situation that is still affecting the health of our countries. For Ecuador, problems such as chronic child malnutrition, teenage pregnancy, all were negatively affected, including mental health, and a setback for the many years of progress. It was all exacerbated by the pandemic and highlighted the weaknesses in our preparation in the health system for this type of health emergencies and the limitation of models that focused on health, disease care. With the support of PAHO that has been led by the United Nations system, we have been able to improve and recover our vaccination rates and reverse the trends in chronic child malnutrition and pregnancy deaths, and overcoming the pre-pandemic values, working towards strengthening our health system, focusing on comprehensive care with the support of PAHO through public policies of investment that seek to reduce inequity and achieve universal coverage. This has been seen in the 10-year health plan adopted for 2022-23, which invites all social sectors to work on health determinants, to work on behalf of the promotion and prevention, focusing on non-communicable diseases and on mental health, with an intercultural focus and seeking to reduce the impact on the healthcare care costs for families. Finally, Madam Chair, Ecuador congratulates the Director of PAHO for the activities undertaken in the last period to coordinate the efforts of member states, and we appeal to him to maintain this leadership and have the voice of health be prevalent in the Americas and strengthening our cooperation between countries so as to continue to approach the challenges that still face us in a cooperating manner. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos.
I'd like to thank the representative of Ecuador for his words and call on the representative of Brazil.
Bom dia.
Good morning, Madam President. I wanted to express the congratulations of the Minister of Health of Brazil and compliment you in particular. The Minister unfortunately could not come because the President of the Republic called upon him. Let me also express our appreciation for the progress achieved by the organization in the work carried out this past year, as we just heard in the report presented by the director. The report refers to a critical period for the organization and shows not only what has been done in the past period, but is also talking about future activities for the organization. In particular, we welcome the progress that was mentioned in the strategic area of mental health and health communication. We're also grateful for the coordination promoted by the organization for the countries of the region to participate in multilateral health fora, in particular recalling the role carried out in the negotiations in Geneva to review the international health regulations and negotiate the topic of pandemics. We believe there's a possible role for the organization to play, as well as its member states, by participating on the COP28 Health Day to take place in Dubai in December. All of this is, Madam President, thanks to a large extent to the commitment by the director, and we are very grateful. We received his visit in July past, and we had the opportunity to talk about aspects of regional interest. In talking about these guidelines, we see that there is coincidence between these guidelines and global concerns, and PAHO's role in our region to carry out activities of global interest. We have challenges and we need to have new policies in order to create more resilient health systems in order to together face either a future pandemic, if one ever does appear, as well as the upcoming health emergencies, whether they be national or international. Madam President, we need to talk about national and regional production for strategic inputs for health, such as medicine, diagnostic material, vaccines. We need to move forward in guaranteeing access to technology to the majority of our population, strengthen workforce, strengthen the regional surveillance, always under the perspective of a single health, and also with the goal to move forward in achieving equity in the Americas, equity within our nations and equity between our nations. For all of these priorities, we find echo in the work by PAHO, and that is why we not only want continuity in this work, but furthermore that it be deepened. We wish great success to the new director. We wish success under his leadership, and please count on Brazil for the conduction and development of this task. Thank you.
We thank the representative of Brazil for his comments and call on the representative of Argentina. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Director, for the annual report. As has been stated in the report, the pandemic presented new challenges to the problems that already existed in the health system, with enormous consequence on the well-being of persons, communities, and performance of our communities and social development. To strengthen our national and subnational health systems and by expanding access to all individuals, particularly to the most vulnerable populations, favor local manufacture, regional manufacture of health technologies, and strengthening of digital resources and human beings is an imperative. Argentina assumed the commitment of equity in health by understanding that we would only have fairer systems when all of these efforts coordinate and provide comprehensive care of the population throughout their life course, with equity and solidarity as essential pillars, also working with persons and communities as a center. We cannot achieve these goals without the rights of women and diverse populations in the agenda. That's why we would like to underscore the importance of having PAHO's Council included sexual and reproductive health as part of the agenda for discussion. Mr. Director, in terms of the points raised in your report, I'd first like to thank the donor countries of PAHO for supporting the regional strategy to deal with COVID-19 and facilitate the production of technology at the regional level. We are committed to working on this and will work with PAHO, Synergium, and the WHO to cooperate in this process of transferring technology and production so that each vaccine reaches the person that needs it and in a timely fashion. As a part of our acknowledgement of our surveillance system and genomic sequenciation, we have been invited to be part of the leadership committee for the International Network on the Surveillance of WHO Pathogens, an accomplishment we also celebrate. We're also working on an intersectoral basis and with the cooperation of the Pan American Health Organization on a national plan for health emergency preparations. We celebrate PAHO's initiative to eliminate 30 communicable diseases. This is a crucial initiative, and therefore the support of the organization is key in meeting the needs of each country. We have to sustain the elimination of measles, rubella, polio, and move towards the elimination BPH, viral hepatitis, tuberculosis, HIV, and control preventable diseases, preventable by vaccine, as many others. We have taken on the challenge of dealing with non-communicable diseases through primary health care. We also strengthened the normative national system to eliminate trans fats. We have implemented a law to promote healthy food through front labeling. We have adopted a law on drivers and the rules on heated food. We have implemented a law that we're proud of to control antimicrobial resistance by a paradigm of One Health. We're the first country in the region that has rules on this. In terms of mental health, for the first time in Argentina, we have attained investment in mental health at the national level. We have devoted 10.1% of our budget for the entire Ministry of Health to implement this law. We firmly believe that there's no health without mental health, and that mental health must be high profile in all policies about human rights based on community programs. That's why we adopted the Mental Health Plan 2023-2027. I would not like to conclude my statement without thanking PAHO for its support to host the 5th World Summit on Mental Health, which will be take place in Buenos Aires and the 3rd and 5th of October. It's the first time being held outside October, the first time in the Southern Hemisphere, the first time in our region, and we're proud to see that you will be present, as well as all those who have been invited. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la participación.
We thank the representative of Argentina for her comments and call on the representative of Mexico.
The mic.
Espera un minuto. Espera un minuto.
Nos da
Mexico, if you could wait a moment, please.
¿La cabina le puede dar el micrófono a México, por favor?
They're asking the technicians to allow the Mexican microphone to work. There's an issue with that mic. Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm addressing you on behalf of Dr. Jose Carlos Varela, Secretary of Health of Mexico, who sends his warm greetings. It is an honor to participate at this Directing Council, the first for the new director of the organization, and to be back in this very important building that is key to public health in our region. This return is a new phase. Having overcome COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen the gaps in order to face present and future gaps. In the report presented by the director, we recognize the unstinting work carried out, even in the context of the pandemic, to move forward on several goals that are so important to public health. We agree on the importance of strengthening primary health care for the public health systems under the Alma Ata spirit. Under the mandate of President López Obrador, we have committed to transform the health system of the Mexican state, focusing services on persons and with an approach from PAHO. This involves the participation of other sectors, not only the Ministry of Health, but actually of all government sectors. A clear example of this spirit for transformation was the creation of the National Commission for Mental Health and Addiction in order to incorporate a focus on prevention, not only self-care, but also through the community itself. Furthermore, the intersectoral work guided by the interest to protect public health have made it possible to move forward in necessary policy areas to promote healthy lifestyles, such as the law to control tobacco and the prohibition of vapors and trans fats. Robust policy is the backbone for health systems. Confronted with health issues such as the COVID-19 pandemic, it is essential to take a step forward to reinforce synergic mechanisms to strengthen the actions of national regulatory agencies in an integrated and inclusive manner. The Ministry of Health of Mexico, through COFEPRIS and in close collaboration with neighboring countries such as Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Cuba, and with the Pan American Health Organization's support, is establishing a regional school for health regulation with a view to have academic learning and place for changing experience about science and its regulation, allowing us to move forward in access to medications and other technologies. This seeks to empower the skills when it comes to human resources and to promote intra-regional cooperation to enhance regulatory processes in crucial areas such as authorization of drugs, vaccines, surveillance, pharmacosurveillance, and laboratories and health inputs. We enthusiastically support regional solidarity and the intensification of efforts to achieve convergence and regulatory recognitions. We emphasize the need to prioritize the quality, minimizing barriers and eliminating duplications, always in the framework of effective protection against health risks. Thus, we will contribute to elevating health standards in our countries and therefore of our dear region. We therefore agree with the focus of the Director's report, focusing on cooperation among countries. We trust that under the leadership of Dr. Barbosa, Mexico and PAHO will continue collaborating to further improve public health in our region. Thank you very much.
I thank the comments made by the representative of Mexico and call on the representative of Cuba. Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, distinguished ministers, excellencies, I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Barbosa for the very useful document presented at this meeting of the Directing Council, for the extensive information included in it. The fact that we can continue meeting in person is evidence that the world has been able to control the horrible COVID-19 pandemic. Regrettably, though, we have not done so as a result of because of the devastating effects of the virus, the inequity in medical care, and the principle of care and health for all has become a more remote goal for many countries on this planet. Why impose conditions on life when we all have the right to life? What are we doing as an organization to put an end to these inequalities? Not even the death of millions of persons during those years has forced governments to seriously think about the need to restructure and develop resilient health systems that ensure that everyone has a right to health and allows us to fulfill our sustainable goals. We believe that for the future, with the vision that Dr. Barbosa has expressed for the future, and his support for the 5 strategic pillars, which, to our understanding, will focus the efforts of our health system in an effort to provide universal health care for the Americas. Madam Chair, public health in Cuba is not the privilege of a few. It's a right of all persons, and it's the state's responsibility to guarantee access free of charge with quality services. The national health system in Cuba is able to deal with success with the COVID-19 scenario. In fact, it was possible, because of our health management, to deal with many different sectors and allow us to create our own vaccines and develop a national vaccination campaign that was unprecedented. These were very difficult years. In the field, we had to deal with an increase in the economic block and financial blockade imposed by the United States. The damages that this cruel policy against my country had significant damages, and there are thousands of Cuban families that have been suffering, because nobody can be fooled that it's impossible to fight a nation without harming one's people. In a path of solidarity and cooperation that have been made possible over the last 60 years, where more than 1,000 human collaborators have provided medical care in 165 different nations. Currently, 123,000 are doing so in 56 countries. Cuba has been able to meet the goal of health for all, and we would like to make available our experience and human resources to the Pan American Health Organization and member states. We consider that by strengthening, perfecting, and innovating are key words that should define our health systems if we truly want to be able to respond to the very complex challenges facing humanity.
Agradecemos la participación.
We thank the representative of the Republic of Cuba for his comments. And with the indulgence of the room, we would like to adjourn the discussion of this, suspend the discussion of this item, and we will continue at 2:30 this afternoon. For the moment, I'd like to call on the Secretary to give us some information.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to kindly request the heads of delegation to please stay in this room for the official photo of the 60th Directing Council. I would like to inform delegates that after the official photo, the briefing session entitled Applying COVID-19 Lessons on Pandemic Preparedness, Prevention, Preparedness, and Response will take place in Room B on this floor during the lunch break. A light lunch will be provided for delegates who are joining this session. Also, the General Committee is scheduled to meet in Room 712 on the 7th floor at 1300 hours or 1 p.m. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias, señora secretaria.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I now invite you to go to the lunchroom, and we will see each other at 2:30 p.m. once again.
Please, everybody stay, the delegates, for the picture, don't forget the photograph.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
La felicidad cuando pasa.
wireless mic.
The wireless mics are already down with
Thanks.
Regards. Okay. Sent to me instead from London. I'm trying to think, do I have
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El sistema informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier. That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you will be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way. This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to strengthen PAHO's technical cooperation. This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
El envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades, la posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones. Mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad. Para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support of electricity. If there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier. With the help of this new tool, you will be able to access information quickly with the click of a button. The launch of our digital demand planning module is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's technical cooperation. Furthermore, future enhancements will allow member states to consult financial information, follow up on purchases, and monitor shipments. With our new digital demand planning module, you can simply and quickly access your previous year's demand plans as a starting point, or you can choose to start a new one. The system will also provide condensed demand reports and indicative prices aligned with the prices published on our website. Although we have evolved to a digital platform, the information collected will remain the same. Our questions haven't changed and are faithful to the Excel PAHO 173. The steps to complete the tool translate perfectly to our digitized version. We invite you to join us in this exciting change. The Revolving Fund, along with PAHO's technical support, will assist you in a face-to-face, personalized training session dedicated to resolving any questions that may arise during the process. We are happy to count on your support for this change to be successful and to continue facilitating access to quality vaccines in an equitable and transparent way.
O envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar, em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Cada año, en países en vías de desarrollo, hay 89 millones de embarazos no deseados y se estima que se realizan en todo el mundo alrededor de 25 millones de abortos inseguros. El 97% de ellos tienen lugar en América Latina, África y Asia, regiones del mundo con leyes más restrictivas. Solo el 55% de los abortos cumplen con los estándares recomendados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. En América Latina, 1 de cada 5 embarazos termina en pérdida gestacional y cerca de 1 millón de mujeres son hospitalizadas anualmente por complicaciones derivadas de abortos inseguros. Así, el aborto es aún en nuestra región la 4ª causa de mortalidad en mujeres embarazadas. En este contexto, el Centro Latinoamericano de Perinatología crea en el año 2015 la red CLAP MUSA, para atender a las mujeres en situación de aborto y así contribuir a la reducción de la morbimortalidad materna. La red promueve el trabajo y la colaboración entre instituciones para fortalecer la vigilancia epidemiológica, la investigación operativa y la generación de una masa crítica de profesionales formados en temas de salud sexual y reproductiva. ¿Cómo funciona esta red? Liderados por el CLAP, se encuentran distribuidos 40 centros centinelas en 13 países que trabajan de manera conjunta, intercambiando información para mejorar la vigilancia de indicadores en la atención de las mujeres en situación de aborto. La red usa la historia clínica perinatal que desarrolló un módulo especial llamado CIP-A, siguiendo los estándares marcados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, lo que permite sistematizar la información, generar informes locales y monitorear los cambios después de intervenciones de capacitación y seguimiento de las guías nacionales. De esta manera, en la red CLAP MUSA, todos los países de la región, sin importar las diferencias culturales o legales, hablan un lenguaje común. Así, América Latina se convierte en la primera región del mundo con una red de centros centinelas que monitorean constantemente la atención que se brinda a las mujeres en situación de aborto, lo cual servirá para el diseño, implementación y evaluación de políticas públicas.
PROMES, the Program of Essential Medicines and Supplies, is a key player in the health sector of Haiti. And from here, we make distributions to all the institutions and many humanitarian actors across Haiti. With this PAHO initiative, we managed to really improve the quality of the operation that was highly needed here in PROMES.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando. Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to respond to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El sistema informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to respond to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier.
That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you'll be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way.
This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to
strengthen PAHO's technical cooperation.
This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
El envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades, la posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones, mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support of electricity. If there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Parce que des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier. With the help of this new tool, you will be able to access information quickly with the click of a button. The launch of our digital demand planning module is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's technical cooperation. Furthermore, future enhancements will allow member states to consult financial information, follow up on purchases, and monitor shipments. With our new digital demand planning module, you can simply and quickly access your previous year's demand plans as a starting point, or you can choose to start a new one. The system will also provide condensed demand reports and indicative prices aligned with the prices published on our website. Although we have evolved to a digital platform, the information collected will remain the same. Our questions haven't changed and are faithful to the Excel PAHO 173. The steps to complete the tool translate perfectly to our digitized version. We invite you to join us in this exciting change. The Revolving Fund, along with PAHO's technical support, will assist you in a face-to-face, personalized training session dedicated to resolving any questions that may arise during the process. We are happy to count on your support for this change to be successful and to continue facilitating access to quality vaccines in an equitable and transparent way.
O envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar, em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Cada año, en países en vías de desarrollo, hay 89 millones de embarazos no deseados y se estima que se realizan en todo el mundo alrededor de 25 millones de abortos inseguros. El 97% de ellos tienen lugar en América Latina, África y Asia, regiones del mundo con leyes más restrictivas. Solo el 55% de los abortos cumplen con los estándares recomendados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. En América Latina, 1 de cada 5 embarazos termina en pérdida gestacional y cerca de 1 millón de mujeres son hospitalizadas anualmente por complicaciones derivadas de abortos inseguros. Así, el aborto es aún en nuestra región la cuarta causa de mortalidad en mujeres embarazadas. En este contexto, el Centro Latinoamericano de Perinatología crea en el año 2015 la red CLAP MUSA, para atender a las mujeres en situación de aborto y así contribuir a la reducción de la morbimortalidad materna. La red promueve el trabajo y la colaboración entre instituciones para fortalecer la vigilancia epidemiológica, la investigación operativa y la generación de una masa crítica de profesionales formados en temas de salud sexual y reproductiva. ¿Cómo funciona esta red? Liderados por el CLAP, se encuentran distribuidos 40 centros centinelas en 13 países que trabajan de manera conjunta, intercambiando información para mejorar la vigilancia de indicadores en la atención de las mujeres en situación de aborto. La red usa la historia clínica perinatal que desarrolló un módulo especial llamado CIP-A, siguiendo los estándares marcados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, lo que permite sistematizar la información, generar informes locales y monitorear los cambios después de intervenciones de capacitación y seguimiento de las guías nacionales. De esta manera, en la red CLAP MUSA, todos los países de la región, sin importar las diferencias culturales o legales, hablan un lenguaje común. Así, América Latina se convierte en la primera región del mundo con una red de centros centinelas que monitorean constantemente la atención que se brinda a las mujeres en situación de aborto, lo cual servirá para el diseño, implementación y evaluación de políticas públicas.
PROMES, the Program of Essential Medicines and Supplies, is a key player in the health sector of Haiti. And from here, we make distributions to all the institutions and many humanitarian actors across Haiti. With this PAHO initiative, we managed to really improve the quality of the operation that was highly needed here in PROMES.
Okay.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Invitamos a los delegados.
We would like to invite all special guests, all delegates, to please take their seats.
Vamos a continuar con el punto.
Let us reconvene and move on to agenda item 3.2. We are on the annual report of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, and we left off this morning with opening the floor to the plenary so that we can hear the views of different member countries. So let us now continue, and what I'd like to do is to give the floor to Guyana as our first speaker for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Dr. Barbosa, the Director of the Pan American Health Organization, for presenting us with a comprehensive and insightful report today. The report is a valuable resource and a testament to PAHO's dedication to addressing health challenges facing the Americas. The report highlights both the progress we have made and the challenges that persist in our efforts to improve public health and healthcare delivery across the region. It underscores the fact that health is a multifaceted issue intricately linked to social, economic, and environmental factors. In recent time, significant progress has been made in our fight against infectious diseases. Guyana is on track to eliminate filaria, leprosy, leishmaniasis, and TB. So we welcome the new program to eliminate infectious diseases in the Americas. However, we must remain vigilant as new challenges arise. The COVID-19 pandemic has tested our healthcare system, and we must prepare ourselves for future pandemics. This requires investing in pandemic preparedness, including restructuring the international legislative framework, upgrading manufacturing capabilities for vaccines and pharmaceuticals, improving testing, especially gene sequencing, and developing more robust and integrated surveillance systems in the region of the Americas. Addressing human resource needs is one of the most pressing issues identified in the report. Many developed countries are targeting the region to recruit qualified healthcare workers. If this trend continues unchecked, it would compromise the quality of healthcare that countries can offer and undermine some of the public health gains that we have made over the years. Therefore, we therefore need to urgently develop a plan of action which may include training and retaining workers, and also to address and find ways of addressing this challenge more effectively. I look forward to hearing more about the America's Health Corps and other initiatives to address these challenges. The report also underscores the pressing need to address non-communicable diseases and mental health. And it also provides more detailed insights into many of these issues. We are very thankful to PAHO for working with Guyana on implementing HEARTS, which is now in more than 100 primary health care clinics across Guyana. We hope that programs like this would help us to reduce premature deaths and disability, and we hope that we can implement this across the region. We have also been able to work to implement healthier lifestyles and to put in programs to make sure that we have early detection and better treatment options. In regards to mental health, the report recognized that mental health is a critical issue, and we must work to reduce stigma, improve access to mental health care, and promote mental well-being. We are also pleased to report that working with PAHO, that Guyana has been able to introduce new mental health legislation, upgrading legislation that we had dating back to 1934. So we now have a more progressive mental health legislation, and we are in the process of rolling the provisions of the legislation out into our health sector and into the society as a whole. Overall, Madam Chair, overall, Guyana supports the policy and strategies proposed to address these concerns, including strengthening the health system, implementing targeted interventions, and increasing investments in research and innovation. I want to once again thank the Director for his leadership and thank you all for your commitment to improving the health of our region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We thank the representative of Guyana. And now we call on the representative of St. Kitts.
Good afternoon, all. Kindly permit me to make this brief intervention on behalf of the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Terence Drew, who sends greetings but is unable to participate in person in this session today. I acknowledge the esteemed head table and Director Barbosa and all the distinguished delegates. The Honorable Prime Minister's statement is as follows. Good day to everyone. I must acknowledge and congratulate Dr. Barbosa, the Director, on your completing the first 7 months of your tenure in this leadership position. As CARICOM's lead head for Human Resources and Health, I will begin by thanking the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, for its country-centered cooperation with the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis and other member states, and for advancing the public health agenda in the Caribbean sub-region. The pandemic had an unprecedented impact on the Federation and member states, and the local and regional economies are still recovering. The pandemic uncovered the gaps within the health systems, and these are visible. PAHO continues to provide the strategic and technical guidance to plug these gaps. In St. Kitts and Nevis, the non-communicable diseases, NCDs, are our biggest health challenge. They are the leading cause of morbidity, and between 2017 to 2021, they accounted for 84.2% of deaths. The Federation continues to benefit from technical support from PAHO that is enabling health system strengthening to respond more effectively to the needs of persons with chronic illnesses. The Federation recently signed up for the implementation of the HEARTS initiative, and we hope to adopt the evidence-based treatment protocols and other interventions by first quarter of 2024. PAHO is also providing technical support to strengthen the regulatory framework that will facilitate the reduction in the NCD risk factors, including the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control legislation and the sugar-sweetened beverage policy. Communicable diseases and emerging diseases continue to threaten the health security of the Federation. So we utilize PAHO's revolving fund to ensure access to needed vaccines. Through technical support, the Ministry of Health has been able to successfully improve childhood vaccine coverage rates in 2022. PAHO's EC office was instrumental in helping the Federation maintain its elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis validation status. Through this same partnership, we will strive to attain the elimination of hepatitis B as well. My vision for the Federation is that the health system will be bolstered and that there will be growth of the economy such that we will develop into a resilient, sustainable island state with the capacity to appropriately respond to any emergency that may be health or climate related. I thank you.
Agradecemos la participación.
We thank the statement by the representative of St. Kitts and Nevis, and now we give the floor to the representative of Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Madam President. Congratulations on your appointment to be at the helm of this current session of the Directing Council. Cordial greetings to all participants with the representation of Dr. Mari Muribe, Second Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica and Minister of Health. We would like to address our gratitude to Dr. Jarbas Barbosa da Silva Jr. for the presentation of the report entitled Toward the Sustainable Post-Pandemic Recovery for the Region of the Americas. As is clearly stated in the report, the current period covers a transition period in fronts such as the acute phase of the COVID-19 pandemic to the post-pandemic recovery, where we highlight the response to the emergency in the enforcement of the lessons learned from the pandemic and the reactivation of the provision of health services. Another transition period that is currently witnessed has been in the institution itself under your helm, Dr. Barbosa. The change from Dr. Etienne to you, and expressing our gratitude for the work done by Dr. Etienne, we would like to reiterate to you the full confidence of my delegation in the implementation of the vision of the road ahead towards 2030 as a long-term pillar that will be used as inspiration for the important work done by PAHO in the hemisphere. Madam President, Costa Rica has been one of the countries with which PAHO has been constantly and indefatigably in order to face the many challenges on health. It is a pleasure for me to point out that we were one of the first countries in enforcing the renewed methodology on essential public health functions, of which we're very proud. My country benefits in many ways from the support of the organization. Health challenges call for uniform efforts to be deployed by all countries in the region. Therefore, we ought to highlight as one of the strong points of this organization the promotion of the exchange of best practices and the strengthening of institutional capacities, the essential health functions in order to improve management, administration, and governance. Before the devastating scene left by the recently impacted crisis, the efforts in raising awareness on alcohol consumption and psychoactive substances, as you stated, are essential. Another important point is the gender approach in health and the well-being of people, amongst many other axes with concrete results. We acknowledge in positive terms the efforts and the work done by PAHO in order to reduce regional inequities, in order to promote evidence and intelligence for action on health, in order to promote institutional development amongst our countries, and in general for that resolute support in order to improve health throughout the life course of our citizens. The perspectives and guidance received from PAHO in order to develop and automate the plans and national reforms on this field have been of great value. We will refer to other points highlighted in your report as we move forward in the work of this session of the Directing Council. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Costa Rica. And now we give the floor to Belize.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed delegates, and esteemed Director of PAHO, on behalf of the Government of Belize, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Director of the Pan American Health Organization for presenting the annual report at this 60th Directing Council. We commend the Director and his team for their unwavering commitment to promoting health and well-being in our region. Belize recognizes the invaluable role played by PAHO in advancing health outcomes across the Americas, particularly in these challenging times. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed unprecedented health, social, and economic challenges for our nations, and it is through the collaborative efforts of organizations like PAHO that we have been able to navigate these difficult circumstances. We commend PAHO's tireless efforts in supporting member states in their response to the pandemic, including the provision of technical guidance, capacity building, and the facilitation of critical medical supplies and vaccines. PAHO's leadership in promoting equitable access to vaccines through the COVAX facility has been instrumental in ensuring that countries like Belize, with limited resources, can protect our populations and contribute to global efforts to contain the virus. Furthermore, we extend our gratitude to PAHO for its work in strengthening health systems, enhancing disease surveillance, and improving emergency preparedness and response capacities. These efforts have not only been vital during the pandemic, but will also contribute to our long-term resilience in the face of future health challenges. Belize remains committed to the principles and goals of PAHO, including achieving universal health coverage, reducing health inequalities, and addressing the social determinants of health. We recognize the importance of investing in primary health care, health promotion, and disease prevention, and we will continue to work closely with PAHO and fellow member states to advance these objectives. In conclusion, Madam President, let me reiterate Belize's appreciation to Dr. Barbosa, his comprehensive report, which provides us with a clear understanding of the region's health landscape and the necessary steps to overcome the challenges we face. We reaffirm our commitment to collaborative efforts with PAHO and fellow member states to build resilient health systems, strengthen health governance, and ensure the health and well-being of our populations. Thank you, Madam President.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, distinguished Minister. Now we give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Thank you, Madam President, and Dr. Barbosa for your focused report and ongoing leadership. This has been a year of significant transition for the organization and region, which brings many opportunities to advance health innovation, including in the area of data and surveillance, and overall improvement in health system strengthening, strategically informed by lessons learned, for which we applaud the organization's leadership in commissioning and publishing the external evaluation of PAHO's COVID-19 response. Inequality continues to be experienced throughout our region, hampering progress on many of the health challenges we face. As we meet this week to discuss many critical issues, including mental health, suicide prevention, and non-communicable diseases, it is incumbent on us to keep health equity and gender equality at the forefront of our policy dialogues together and in our collective efforts moving forward. This requires continued understanding of and efforts to robustly address social, environmental, and economic determinants of health as key drivers of health inequalities, and working with women and girls, marginalized communities, and persons living in situations of vulnerability. In our collective post-pandemic recovery efforts, we must also work to bolster community engagement to effectively reach individuals and create the enabling environments to support healthy choices, while strengthening public trust in health information. The pandemic underscored the detrimental impact of mis- and disinformation on individuals and society, and we look forward to discussing the crucial role of strategic communications and that it can play in fostering behavior change and improving the public health outcomes. Our central focus is also on addressing the intensifying health impacts from climate change, which will require continued collaboration. In this regard, the Director's report highlights critical linkages between PAHO and the WHO, stressing the importance of raising regional views and expertise in ongoing global discussions. As we move ahead in our collective efforts to improve health outcomes for all and within the SDGs, I am proud to highlight Canada's ongoing support of PAHO's crucial work in the region. Last week at the United Nations General Assembly, our Prime Minister announced investments of $50 million to eliminate trachoma as a public health problem in 10 countries of the Americas by strengthening healthcare systems and focusing on populations living in vulnerable conditions. This adds to our existing partnerships with PAHO on sexual, reproductive, maternal, and health needs of adolescent girls and women in situations of vulnerability, the acceleration of manufacturing of quality, assured, safe, and effective vaccines throughout the Americas, and support to improve equitable access and vaccination coverage as part of Canada's global initiative for vaccine equity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al representante de Canadá.
A very good afternoon, and I thank the delegate of Canada, and I am now pleased to give the floor to Panama. Thank you. Madam Chair, I appreciate your giving me the floor. Director, thank you very much for your report, ladies and gentlemen. Panama has worked very, very hard on strengthening its health system with the technical and financial support of the World Health Organization, PAHO, and its various partners in this field. And a pilot project of telemedicine is very much at the forefront of our activities today to assist particular assistance through a platform that is integrated and that assists in epidemiological support. This is a reference point at the regional level, and we are very happy to be able to improve our environmental and our health indicators like expectancy at birth, life expectancy at birth, and our ability to reduce inequities and universal equity in access to universal coverage. That is but a few of the steps forward that we have taken. Nonetheless, the Darien Passage, which everyone is familiar with these days, is a very good example of how social determinants actually do affect people's lives, their health, and their very lives. More than 320,000 people have walked through that period, through this year alone. That is above the historic record we had reached in 22. Panama is bending over backwards to try to help these migrants who are all of an irregular status as they go through this jungle, because it's not a route, it is a jungle. And progressive contamination of all kinds is a terrific threat environmentally and health-wise to everyone. We call on everyone's help. I'm talking international cooperation to help us face this real emergency. Come to the Conference of Parties, COP10, of the Framework Agreement of WHO for tobacco control, and also Monk 3 of the Protocol for the Elimination of Illicit Trade in Tobacco Products, which will be held in Panama next November. Please mark your calendars. We want you there. Let me close by simply saying, Panama reaffirms here its policy and its commitment with the values and principles that undergird this organization, with the goals that we have set for ourselves as a region since a long time. And we are very, very much in sync with the leadership that Dr. Jarbas Barbosa is offering us at the head of PAHO. We thank him so much for the support that we have received from him in particular. We are absolutely convinced that together we can build a healthier and a real future for everyone. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished representative of Panama. We are now pleased to give the floor to the representative of Barbados.
Thank you, Madam President, Director Barbosa, colleague ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My delegation thanks Director Barbosa for his comprehensive first annual report and expresses full confidence in the organization's ability to continue the navigation of member states out of the throes of the COVID pandemic, while we tackle the other challenging health issues under his leadership. Barbados acknowledges PAHO's 57 years of unwavering technical support given to our island, which has been critical to the developmental and social agenda of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and by extension, the Government of Barbados. We believe that the work of the Pan American Health Organization has significantly impacted the lives of each and every individual within the region of the Americas, and more specifically within the Caribbean. In the case of Barbados, over the past year, PAHO has played a pivotal role in assisting us in plan reforms in the areas of health financing, health information systems, and mental health, and thereby acted as a catalyst in helping us in these priority health areas while we recover from the pandemic. As we look forward to our continued strategic partnership with PAHO, we are pleased that areas of critical importance to us were highlighted by the Director in his report. These areas being human resources for health, climate change and health, antimicrobial resistance, NCDs, and mental health reform. Madam President, in closing, I want to reassure you that Barbados will continue to have its voice heard on the global stage, particularly in the areas of pandemic preparedness, NCD prevention and control, and antimicrobial resistance, as we could continue to work collaboratively with PAHO. I thank you.
Agradecemos las palabras.
We're very grateful to you, distinguished representative, and we are pleased to offer the floor now to the representative of Uruguay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished Director of PAHO, Jarvis Barbosa, ministers, ladies and gentlemen of the member states, a very warm welcome to you all. It is an honor for me, in my capacity as Minister of Health of Uruguay, to be here to share with you such a rich exchange as we have before us this week, putting our heads together to come up with the best possible policies for our region. We're very grateful to the report that the Distinguished Director of PAHO has afforded us, and we also are very pleased to see how we are continuing along the best steps possible following the COVID-19 pandemic. We have done everything we could to see clearly what the great challenges are, what the most appropriate strategies are for transmissible diseases, reproductive and sexual health, and so many other issues that matter to us. Mental health. Particular assistance in the case of suicide and suicide prevention is not by any means last on the list. Poverty, the lack of proper housing, issues that come from being incarcerated are all red flags for potential suicide. It's 100,000 inhabitants, way beyond the rate of the Americas in general. Our country, as I've said, recognizes the tremendous challenge that is before us and how important it is to take a multi-sectoral approach to us. That is why we're so grateful to PAHO in the various areas of technical endeavor that is this organization's most important contribution. A particular word of thanks goes to PAHO with the representation of PAHO in our country, along with the IDB and the World Bank, for the organization of the International Confederate Alliance for Primary Health Care in the Americas. And it's an investment, innovation, and implementation for the improvement of health results. That conference from the 4th to the 8th of December will be held in Montevideo, the capital of Uruguay, and you are warmly welcomed. Hope to see you there. We wish to congratulate PAHO for the beautiful revamped building we are now in and the inspiration it is to us all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I am pleased to give the floor at this time to the representative of Venezuela. Yet again, please receive Nicolás Maduro's warm welcomes. We are convinced that all of the people that are working very hard for a better and more equitable future will prevail. We prevail, too, in the line for the Bolivarian peace that our commander first set for us. We very much recognize the important work of this organization, Dr. Barbosa, We understand that sincere cooperation is the only way to go. That is the only manner in which we can begin to overcome the challenges before us in health as in other areas, with or without a blockade, with sanctions, without sanctions, with coercion, and so many other difficulties. We take this opportunity to thank you for your support, and let me simply say that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela will continue to be an executor, an organizer, and a leader in the welfare of our peoples. We are very pleased to share with you our vast experience in the health sector, which we have built carefully over decades, and we are very, very pleased to receive anyone in Venezuela who believes in an international approach to diplomacy, to education, and the Latin American School for Medicine, Salvador Allende, is one of the places that we hail. A great many young people are being trained there on the basis of our cooperation model. We believe that much more can be done to take health and peace to their respective countries. The medical, scientific, and technical prowess that Venezuela has for years espoused can help the region as a whole. Recently, we know how hard hit we were all by the pandemic. Surely it is evident that the best way to protect our peoples is to join forces and to do more together. In this forum, and in the states of everyone that is a member here, you may be sure that Venezuela will be happy to work with you to build a world that is a world of health, and that is indeed possible if we all pull in the same direction. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la representante de Venezuela.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Venezuela. I'm pleased now to give the floor to the representative of St. Lucia.
Thanks, Madam President. I apologize for the absence of our Minister of Health, Honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste, who's unable to attend due to other urgent work-related activities. He sends warm greetings. St. Lucia notes the comprehensive annual report of the Director dealing with the range of health issues affecting our region post-COVID. The government of St. Lucia has set the focus of health as a major priority for the year 2023. This implies the promotion of a health policy that is patient-centered, evidence-based, equitable, accessible, and affordable, and forms the basis of the universal health coverage which is being implemented in a phased approach. Major emphasis is being placed on the primary preventative services, which creates an environment of healthy lifestyle through health education and promotion, encouraging regular exercise and healthy eating habits. In addition, screening for an early detection of diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and certain types of cancers, among others, are being prioritized to improve outcomes and keep healthcare costs to a manageable level. This process has commenced successfully with the Diabetic and Hypertension Program and the Maternal Child Health Program. Access to equitable quality care is being strengthened by the plan to commission the Castries Urban Polyclinic in the main city of the island, which will provide extended hours and a wide variety of services in one of the main catchment areas. Chronic non-communicable diseases continue to be a major health concern, contributing to over 80% of all-cause mortality on the island. Major initiatives to improve the impact targeting the risk factors are underway. This has included the implementation of the public health smoking regulations in 2020 as part of the Public Health Act to prohibit smoking in public places, the ratification of the Framework Convention in Tobacco Control in November of 2005, the application of the 63% tax to all costs of tobacco brands, and the St. Lucia Moves campaign, and the ban on sugar-sweetened beverages at school, which is actively being pursued. Healthy behaviors and habits must start from very early, and the educational system presents a suitable platform through which the young minds can be nurtured with health-seeking behaviors. We must take advantage by integrating age-appropriate health education into the school's curriculum. St. Lucia is presently working on a new program to strengthen the child and adolescent health through the school system by the school health desk. Holistic elderly care is also a priority for the government of St. Lucia. The engagement of retired elderly and vulnerable groups and encouraging a support system to ensure that healthy aging is an important aspect of healthy aging. St. Lucia recently launched a Golden 80 health program providing a medical care package free of charge to the elderly. Some of the major challenges include the growing burden of disease, healthcare financing, the critical health-related human resource challenges, specifically in nurses and pharmacists, and the post-COVID-19 effects on the health sector. St. Lucia feels privileged for the opportunity to participate at the 60th Directing Council of PAHO. I take the opportunity to thank PAHO for the support for strengthening the majority of our programs on island, and we look forward to participating to guide policy direction and to improve the quality of life and well-being of our country. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of St. Lucia. I'm pleased to give the floor now to Colombia. Thank you. I appreciate it, Madam Chair. I wish to express my thanks to our director and also to state that we very much concur with the 5 pillars of the new strategy that Dr. Jarvas is putting before us. You can count on us to build on them and to move forward on their basis. Thank you very, very much indeed for PAHO's presence in Colombia and all of the good work that you do. Clearly, mobilization and the solidarity of the entire region is going to be critical for us to increase our health sovereignty. And this, in the case of my own country, harks back to what President Petro said at the UN General Assembly just last week. We want to build peace, and we want to think hard at what more we can do with regard to the climate crisis and any other major issue in this region that keeps us from moving forward resolutely in democracy and in health. Climate change, need I say, is an ever greater headache. It deepens social inequity, and it generates a great deal of worrisome pandemics that may come from migratory movements. What brought us together in the war has to be very much in our own minds to be sure that we have an ability to face challenges, be it synthetic material that is a danger to us, women, original peoples, all of our different groups need particular support in order to really aspire and reach for and enjoy better health. Primary health, the width and breadth of our territory is essential. We need public and participatory universal systems that are free at the moment that the attention is rendered. We give thanks to PAHO and to WHO for doing as much as both are doing to allow us in Colombia to understand better what we need to do, especially understanding that medicine has to help everybody, not just the rich. We are making an enormous effort to boost primary health care throughout the country. We are recovering health infrastructure, working very hard on improving the way people eat, our agriculture, front labeling on products, reindustrialization, beginning again to produce vaccines, working with others, and doing better in terms of our regulations. Mental health is another important issue. Very much recognizing the human rights of it all and how much has come in that area from the pandemic. We have a lot of homework to do. We're trying very hard to continue curbing HIV. We're working hard to prevent adolescent pregnancies. And we hope that everyone can have access to health without restrictions of income. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. I'm pleased to give the floor to the representative of Bolivia. Thank you, Madam Chair. A very warm greetings from our country and congratulations to you on this important position. Thank you to Dr. Javas for the excellent report that he has given us, and greetings to each one of you in this hall. You may be sure that the plurinational state of Bolivia respects each of you. We take note of the annual report of the director of the Ontario Bureau, and we are particularly pleased at the level of attention that has been paid to my country and priorities that we need to have in mind, essential elements in public health. SAPSI, which is our acronym for Community and Family Health, seeks to make health a universal good. We have been very hard hit by the pandemic, and we have a lot to catch up on. But today, focused as we are on a plurinational program of national mental health, we are focusing very much on community health in that sense. We want to be sure also that people have good information to hand. The elimination of polio and measles continue to be a concern for us, and we thank this organization for their ongoing support. Of course, all of the immune-preventable diseases remain on the radar. Our President and the Minister of Health are paying particular attention to populations in extreme vulnerability, looking for equity and solidarity for them, the most needy. This is work that we consider must be shared between our country, our neighboring countries, and quite frankly, the world at large, not least work with this wonderful organization. Thank you very much, and warm greetings to each of you. Thank you, sir. Representative for Bolivia. Pleased to give the floor now to Puerto Rico.
Elección. Hablo en representación.
I am speaking here representing Mr. Felipe Rodriguez Smith, the Undersecretary of Health, who is the head of this delegation. PAHO Forward, and on the basis of the 4 pillars that our director has set forth, offers us a very stirring view of what PAHO can do in all of the different levels of health throughout the Americas. This is something that goes to the very heart of Pan-Americanism, which is indeed the heart of this very organization. We thank the director for focusing us in that manner. We in Puerto Rico continue working on our biannual program. We appreciate the assistance that has been given us in terms of prevention and integral struggle against arbovirus diseases, which are endemic in Central America, and all of the other areas in which collaboration from this organization has been precious. The elimination of communicable diseases, of course, is something that matters to us very greatly, and we're pleased that it has the priority it has in the director's plan. Puerto Rico is already engaged in great dialogue on a maternal child transmission of HIV and congenital syphilis, inter alia. We have been very, very pleased to work with the Assistant Director General in the area of schistosomiasis. I'm trying to be as brief as I can possibly be. So when I say and I hear forward, PAHO, I say forward march indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Puerto Rico, for your kind words. Haiti has the floor. Madam Chair, distinguished director, members of the Bureau, colleagues, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, I take the floor very briefly. First and foremost, to congratulate our director, Dr. Barbosa, and to thank PAHO in general, as well as each one of its representatives in Haiti for the very, very estimable technical assistance that is offered us. The support that PAHO gives us in Haiti has always been timely and has made an enormous difference to our ability to meet our health needs. We are able best to fight communicable as well as non-communicable diseases, as well as maternal infant diseases. So we can only hope that we can continue that collaboration and grow stronger and stronger as we go. Thanks so much. I thank you, distinguished representative for Haiti, for that comment, says the chair, and the floor now goes to El Salvador. Thank you. Congratulations to you for election as president of this assembly, and bravo to Dr. Barbosa for all the work that he has been deploying and the tremendous assistance that he offers every one of the members of this organization. El Salvador is very, very pleased with all of the support we've received over all of these years. This has been a stellar organization for us, along with WHO, of course, in Geneva, and for the health ministry, particularly during the pandemic. We could never have made it without. You help not only our region, but we are well aware so many others. Our population is now much better off. We know that PAHO has also helped very much in so many different chronic non-transmissible diseases, and the HEARTS effort, which is well known to us all, about which we know that strategic funds and the rotation funds are being used ever more effectively. Thank you then to PAHO for operating on the firm conviction that attention that is based and focused on the countries, understanding that each country has its own idiosyncrasies, its own profile, is essential to reaching a level of security that we all aspire to. Every one of the member states, of course, has its own view in national and international debates, and so should it be, because these are issues that affect us as a region, and we all look for what can assist us best, not only singly but severally. This ongoing strengthening of our relations is, frankly, one of the most precious resources of this region, and which will certainly go a very long way to achieve universal health and put us in a much better position in the wake of the awful pandemic we've all suffered. In the area of immunization, many, many thanks for the cold chain assistance, the acquisition of the vaccines and the coordinating fund, and all of the different assistance that you have given us. The advisory committee on immunization has been certainly for front and foremost in this area. Infectious diseases have been dampened because of virtual assistance. And we know, too, how precious it has been to have multidisciplinary courses that have been offered at the primary level of care, inter alia. And as a country, we can but express our most sincere thanks for an array of different ways in which you have helped us to benefit each one of the members of our population. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I am now pleased to give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. The U.S. welcomes Director Barbosa's first annual director's report, and we thank him for his leadership of this organization, as well as his commitment to improving the health of all people in our region. We support the focus on country-centered cooperation tailored to each member state's unique needs, capacities, and priorities, which is critical to reaching our shared health goals and advancing equity. The U.S. also welcomes PAHO's efforts to host regional meetings and consultations to discuss the ongoing pandemic instrument and international health regulations amendments negotiations. So that way, we all can engage meaningfully in these important global conversations and decisions. The U.S. was pleased to provide PAHO with $75 million in voluntary funding in the year 2022 through the American Rescue Plan Act, which was to help countries in the Americas continue to scale up their responses to the pandemic. And so we appreciate the information that was provided in the report on the successful utilization of these resources. We also commend the Secretariat's ongoing work to find solutions to challenges, such as improving immunization coverage rates, investing in regional health workforce, increasing technical cooperation with member states on climate change and health, supporting health innovation and technologies, and finally, expanding NCD, including mental health services in our region. And to conclude, the U.S. does wish to respond to Cuba's inaccurate statement on the embargo. There are, in fact, multiple exemptions and authorizations under the U.S. embargo on Cuba, and the U.S. has for decades permitted the export to Cuba of agricultural products, medicine, medical devices, and other humanitarian supplies. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of the United States for her words, and I now offer the floor to the last person on the list, the representative of Dominica.
Madam President, Director Barbosa, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor to address you on behalf of our delegation from Dominica. We extend our sincere gratitude for the diligent efforts put forth by PAHO, presenting a comprehensive annual report, which we fully endorse. We commend the 5 pillars outlined as they provide a robust framework for improving public health in our region. We would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt appreciation for the unwavering support extended to Dominica throughout the challenging times of the pandemic. The technical assistance, access to vaccines, and the invaluable assistance with health management information systems have been instrumental in our efforts to combat COVID-19 effectively. Moreover, we are immensely grateful for the implementation of programs such as the HARTS program and the smarting of facilities, which have enhanced our healthcare infrastructure and strengthen our ability to provide quality medical services to our citizens. These initiatives have made a substantial difference in the lives of our people and have allowed us to progress towards achieving our healthcare objectives. We would also like to extend our highest commendation to Dr. Barbosa for his exceptional leadership as the newly appointed director of PAHO. His wealth of experience and dedication to advancing public health will undoubtedly guide PAHO towards even greater success in the years to come. We also kindly request that our regards be conveyed to former director, Dr. Etienne, who hails from our beloved home country, Dominica. Her invaluable contributions to PAHO will also be remembered. In closing, we affirm our unwavering commitment to align with the objectives for improved public health in our region. Under the leadership of Dr. Barbosa, we are confident that PAHO will continue to thrive and contribute significantly to the well-being of our populations in our sub-region. Thank you sincerely, and I wish all a productive 60th Directing Council.
We thank the representative of Dominica for those words. I'd like to remind delegates that the interventions must be limited to the topics under discussion in accordance with the approved agenda. Right now, we are drawing your attention to discuss item 3.2 of the agenda, this being the annual report of the director. Let me now offer the floor to the Minister of Health of Cuba. With regards to the intervention by the representative of the United States, the government of the United States insists on hiding the damage to the public health of Cuba caused by the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed upon my country. Don't doubt it that this continues being an impediment to development and strengthening of the national health system. And if that were not enough, the impact was aggravated in the context of facing the COVID pandemic when there was not a single measure to provide relief to our country. The many years that have elapsed without being able to acquire technical elements or the components bought in the United States. The medical equipment, reagents, and other things used in medicine have to be brought in from distant areas through intermediaries. Furthermore, the fact that our country is arbitrarily included on the list of those who promote terrorism worsened the situation because banks refuse to transfer funds, and this limits the payment of contracts to acquire inputs that are important for the system. I conclude by inviting to take into account the recommendations approved since 1992 by the United Nations General Assembly on the need to end the economic, commercial, and financial blockade in our country. In all occasions, these documents have been received support from the community, and that is why I just ask for a little bit more respect towards my people. Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative of Cuba. In the room, we have the International Organization for Atomic Energy requesting the floor, and we grant them the floor and grant them 2 minutes for their presentation or for their words.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, honorable ministers, Mr. Director, distinguished delegates, the cooperation of IAEA and PAHO with the countries in the regions is firm and solid and has made advances. Last year, the first public centers for nuclear medicine were inaugurated in Honduras and Jamaica. We support strengthening services in Uruguay and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Uruguay is receiving a linear accelerator for radiotherapy, and under Rays of Hope, similar initiatives will be done in the Dominican Republic, Panama, and Peru, and the list goes on. In many areas, support is enriched thanks to our partnership with PAHO. We note the director's report, and in particular, the items having to do with NCDs. Together, we have carried out missions to assess the cancer control events in more than 20 countries in the region, including the most recent in Colombia, El Salvador, Uruguay, and Venezuela. Efforts are being intensified to provide pediatric oncology treatment and research activities for radiotherapy of uterine cancer and some other cancers, as well as nuclear medicine for diagnosis. This task translates into contribution of data that is fundamental for public policy. We have also redoubled efforts to strengthen capacities to survey and detect zoonotic diseases or confront diseases transmitted by mosquitoes through the sterile insect system. I would like to convey the commitment of our organization to continue working together with PAHO's team, having to do with the priority actions identified in the region, some also identified in the director's report, and also action for radiologic protection and protecting radioactive sources. The use of safe radioactive energy is a pillar for our organization. The MOU to be signed in the next future shows the advance of collaboration in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, to the representative of IAEA. We'd like to remind delegates that interventions are to be limited to the topics under discussion in accordance with the approved agenda. Therefore, we draw your attention to the fact that right now what is under discussion is agenda item 3.2, Annual Report of the Director. We now offer the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States wishes to again state that Cuba's false statement on the embargo is inaccurate. And as we stated previously, there are multiple exemptions and authorizations under the U.S. embargo on Cuba. Thank you very much, Ms. President.
Gracias.
Thank you. Continuing as in accordance with the agenda, we offer the floor to
Muy bien, señor ministro.
Minister of Cuba has requested the floor. We will grant the floor to him, just reminding everyone that after this, we aim to continue with our agenda. Minister, you have the floor. Just 1 second, Madam President. The exceptions do not eliminate the blockade. Thank you. Thank you. We now continue with our agenda. And we will now hear from Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, the director of the organization, who will comment on what we have been reviewing, which is the annual report of the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. You have the floor.
I want to thank our member states that have made so many interesting, relevant comments about the report. I just want to reiterate that this is a shared report. Half of this report is under Dr. Carissa Etienne's administration, half my administration, so I want to share with Dr. Carissa Etienne all the kind words that you have expressed about the PAHO's achievements during this one-year period. Second, I think that also it is clear the complexity of the epidemiological scenario and the multiple challenges that we are facing nowadays. I think that both when you are mentioning the things that you are responding now in your countries, we clearly have a very important list of problems that with differentiations from one country to another one, but that are nowadays cross-cutting the whole region. The elimination of diseases, immunization, recovery, maternal health, non-communicable diseases, mental health and suicide, primary health care, digital transformation of the health sector, information system for health, climate change and its relevant impact in health aspects, regulatory national authorities, human resources for health, and the preparation to respond for new public health emergencies, both at the national level, the efforts that you are implementing, but also the common participation of the region in this very important global debate that will be finalized next year during the World Health Assembly. On behalf of the teams here in Washington, but most importantly, the teams that we have in each country of this region, I want to thank you for your very kind words, recognizing the technical cooperation that you have provided during this year. This is our mission. This is the reason that the PAHO exists, and this is, I think, that not only a recognition, but also a challenge us to do better, to improve our technical cooperation, to have a stronger presence at the country level. And finally, I want also to when we are listening to the ministers, to the representatives of the countries, I think that clearly that we have these common challenges that you need to address, but many times we listen, and I think that is also a very important message too, that together we can address these challenges. That this region has been leading the world in so many areas, and at this moment that we are recovering from the pandemic, the Americas also coming together with solidarity, with a good coordination among us, we will be able to respond even better and to improve the health and well-being of our population. Thank you very much for your very kind words.
Vamos a cortar ahora para el break, ¿ok?
Vamos a hacer un pequeño...
We're going to modify the agenda a little bit because of time constraints, and with that I'd like to offer the floor to the Secretary for announcements.
President, just one. I would like to kindly remind the members of the Working Party to study the application of Article 6B of the Constitution, that the first meeting will take place in room 712 on the 7th floor during the upcoming coffee break. Thank you.
Gracias,
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. So we are now going to have a 20-minute coffee break, just 20 minutes, and we would look forward to seeing you back in the room promptly in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El sistema informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to respond to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier. That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you'll be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way. This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to strengthen PAHO's technical cooperation. This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades, la posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones. Mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad. Para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support of electricity. If there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier. With the help of this new tool, you will be able to access information quickly with the click of a button. The launch of our digital demand planning module is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's technical cooperation. Furthermore, future enhancements will allow member states to consult financial information, follow up on purchases, and monitor shipments. With our new digital demand planning module, you can simply and quickly access your previous year's demand plans as a starting point, or you can choose to start a new one. The system will also provide condensed demand reports and indicative prices aligned with the prices published on our website. Although we have evolved to a digital platform, the information collected will remain the same. Our questions haven't changed and are faithful to the Excel PAHO 173. The steps to complete the tool translate perfectly to our digitized version. We invite you to join us in this exciting change. The Revolving Fund, along with PAHO's technical support, will assist you in a face-to-face, personalized training session dedicated to resolving any questions that may arise during the process. We are happy to count on your support for this change to be successful and to continue facilitating access to quality vaccines in an equitable and transparent way.
Muy buenas tardes. Les invitamos a que ocupen.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats so that we can resume the afternoon session. We have the necessary quorum. We will begin with the report of the General Committee.
Informe de la primera. Si este es el ítem 2.1.
This is item 2.1, for first report. No, 2.4, report of the General Committee. Report of the first meeting of the General Committee, Monday, the 25th of September, 2023. The General Committee, under the guidance of the President of the Directing Council and with the participation of the 2 Vice Presidents and the Rapporteur, as well as the delegates of Cuba, United States of America, and Dominican Republic, held their first meeting on Monday, the 25th of September, 2023, at 1 p.m. in Washington, D.C. As a result of their discussion, the General Committee came to the following decision. The work schedule of the Council will be as follows: from Monday to Thursday, from 9 a.m. to 12:30 noon, and from 2:30 in the afternoon to 5:30 p.m., and on Friday from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. There will be a change to the provisional agenda adopted during the first plenary of the Directing Council, as recorded in document CD 60/1. A new item under general information items will be included. Item A12, of the item 14, General Program of Work of the World Health Organization 2025-2028, will be discussed on the 28th of September during the morning session. Since we now have included a new item in the agenda, a change will be made to the preliminary program of meetings. Document CD 60/WP. The time for the election to the vacancies in the Executive Committee has been established. The vacancies in the Central American Advisory Committee and the Caribbean Information of Health Sciences, and the appointment of the external auditor to PAHO for the 2024-25 biennium and 26-27. And that will be on Wednesday, the 27th of September at 9 a.m. Immediately following the report of the Credentials Committee, if it should be necessary to have a third meeting. That 173rd meeting of the Executive Committee will be held on Friday, the 29th of September in Room B, or as soon as the 60th Directing Council meeting adjourns. This is the report of the General Committee. If there's any objection or comment, if there being none, I declare the report approved. Now we move on to the consideration that once the Credentials Committee has met, item 2.1, we will proceed to the first report of the Credentials Committee. And I call on the delegate of Argentina, chairman of the Credentials Committee, to present the report of the committee. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first report of the Credentials Committee, in compliance with Article 31 of the internal rules of the Directing Council, the Credentials Committee appointed at the first meeting, including the delegates of Argentina, Barbados, and Canada, met for the first time on the 25th of September 2023 at 10:15 a.m. and elected as chair Argentina. The committee looked at the credentials submitted to the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau in compliance with Article 4 of the rules of the Council. Any credentials received after 9 a.m. today will be looked at during the second meeting of the Credentials Committee tomorrow, Tuesday. The credentials of the delegates of member states and associate members and observer states listed as follows were presented in proper and due form. Therefore, the committee proposes that the council recognize their validity. The participant member states are Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Chile, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Dominica, El Salvador, Honduras, Jamaica, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, United States of America, and Uruguay. Those countries whose names were not read out should submit their credentials and submit it to the registration table as quickly as possible. The committee will meet again tomorrow to consider other credentials that are submitted. We would like to remind all delegates that any state that does not submit credentials as required may not vote. Thank you very much.
Gracias a usted, señora ministra.
Thank you, Madam Minister. If there are no objections to the report of the Credentials Committee, we declare the report approved. The Credentials Committee will meet once again on Tuesday during the morning coffee break, and will present its second report in the afternoon. Let us now move to item 4.3, which is the Policy on the Health Workforce 2030, Strengthening Human Resources for Health to Achieve Resilient Health Systems. I would like to bring document CD 60/60 to the attention of the Council and invite Dr. Benjamin Jed, which is head of the Department of Health Systems and Services of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table.
Concedemos entonces.
We grant the floor then to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on the item.
Thank you, Madam President. The Executive Committee voiced strong support for the proposed policy on the Health Workforce 2030 and expressed appreciation for the prior consultations held with member states on the policy document. The committee welcomed the policy's 5 strategic lines of action. The focus on promoting decent work conditions and protecting the physical and mental health of health workers in particular was applauded. It was considered essential to safeguard the rights of health workers and provide safe and secure work environments that are free of violence, harassment, racism, and discrimination. The need for communication strategies to address the stigmatization experienced by some health workers as a consequence of the pandemic was highlighted. The importance of incorporating a gender perspective and empowering women in efforts to strengthen the health workforce was also emphasized. Attention was drawn to the need for large-scale investments in education, skills development, and employment for health professionals. The need to provide professional training and accreditation for auxiliary health workers, such as health promoters, was also noted. It was suggested that different types of training should be further explored, as should be the exchange of best practices between member states. The committee adopted resolution CE 172/R.2, recommending that the directing council approve the policy. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Muchísimas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this report. I now yield the floor to Dr. Puertas to present this item.
Director, distinguished delegates of the 60th Directing Council, I'm pleased to present agenda item number 4.3, Policy on the Health Workforce 2030, Strengthening Human Resources for Health to Achieve Resilient Health Systems. A well-trained, qualified, and equitable distributed health workforce proved to be central to the response to COVID-19. As the region begins to emerge from the pandemic, strengthening the health workforce remains crucial to building resilient health systems. Systems that can respond better to future health threats, addressing health needs, and supporting ongoing efforts towards social and economic recovery. The policy proposal presented before the Directing Council today examines lessons learned in health workforce issues during the COVID-19 pandemic. It presents policy options to address critical and long-standing systemic deficiencies in health workforce throughout the Americas, as well as opportunities to address newer and more immediate challenges that have directly arisen as a consequence of the pandemic, not least health workforce retention, mobility, and migration. The policy on Health Workforce 2030 reflects the priority the countries are now affording in human resources for health. It has been developed building off existing regional strategies and plans of actions approved by the member states, including the strategy and plan of action on human resources for universal access to health and universal health coverage 2017-2018, and the 2021 strategy for building resilient health systems and post-COVID-19 recovery to sustain and protect public health gains. The policy document proposes 5 strategic lines of action, taking into account different national contexts, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities. The five priority policy actions proposed are to strengthen the governance and promote national policies and plans for human resources for health, to develop and consolidate regulatory mechanisms for human resources for health, to strengthen the formation of multidisciplinary teams within integrated health service delivery networks based on primary health care, to enhance and strengthen capacity building for the health workforce to address health priorities and for improved preparedness and response to public health emergencies. And finally, to promote decent working conditions and physical and mental protections for health personnel to support the recruitment and retention of the health workforce. We would like to thank all member states that have contributed to the development of this policy document and for their participation, comments, and contributions during the consultation process. This concludes my presentations, and thank you very much, Madam President.
I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion, beginning with the representative of Belize.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to express on behalf of our nation, Belize, the very much importance and the critical issue of strengthening human resources for health to achieve resilient health systems as outlined in the policy on the Health Workforce 2030. In Belize, Madam President, like many other countries, our health system is the backbone of our society. It ensures the well-being and prosperity of our citizens. However, we face numerous challenges that hinder our ability to provide quality healthcare services to all our people. One of the most pressing challenges is the shortage of skilled health professionals in our workforce. Belize recognizes the importance of a resilient health system, one that is capable of responding effectively to public health emergencies, such as the recent COVID-19 pandemic. We understand that a well-functioning health workforce is indispensable for achieving this goal. Therefore, we fully endorse the policy on the Health Workforce 2030 and emphasize the need for collective action to address the following key areas. Firstly, we must invest in education and training to build a competent and diverse health workforce. Belize calls for increased investment in medical schools, nursing programs, and other health professional training institutions. We need to ensure that our healthcare providers are equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge to deliver high-quality care, particularly in rural and undeserved areas. Scholarships and incentives should be provided to attract and retain healthcare professionals in these areas, where the need is often greatest. Secondly, we must prioritize the well-being and motivation of our health workforce. The physical and mental well-being of our healthcare professionals is essential for the provision of quality care. Belize encourages the development and implementation of comprehensive strategies to promote the well-being of our health workforce, including measures to prevent burnout, improve working conditions, and provide mental health support. Furthermore, we must consider fair and adequate compensation for healthcare professionals, recognizing their invaluable contributions to society. Thirdly, we must strengthen health workforce planning and management. Belize calls on the development and implementation of robust health workforce policy that align with our national health priorities. This includes comprehensive workforce assessments, forecasting, and planning mechanisms to ensure an adequate and balanced distribution of health professionals across different regions and specialties. We must also strengthen the management of our health workforce through effective leadership, governance, and accountability structures. And lastly, we must foster international collaboration and solidarity. No country can address the challenges of the health workforce alone. Belize encourages the establishment of global partnerships to support capacity building initiatives, knowledge exchange, and the equitable distribution of health professionals. We must work together to address the brain drain of health workers from low and middle income countries, ensuring that global health workforce migration is ethical, respectful, and mutually beneficial. In conclusion, Madam President, Belize is committed to strengthening our health workforce and achieving a resilient health system. We urge all member states to prioritize this critical issue and allocate adequate resources to implement the policy on the Health Workforce 2030. Together, let us build a strong and resilient health workforce that can effectively respond to the challenges of today and tomorrow, ensuring equitable access to quality health care for all. I thank you, Madam President.
Gracias, señor.
I thank the Minister and now offer the floor to the Vice Minister from Honduras. Thank you very much, Madam President. The State Secretariat and the Health Office of Honduras are spearheading the national policy for management and development of health or human resources. It is believed that the proposed policy for Health Workforce 2030 is a political benchmark that supports development and implementation of the national policy, with which we hope to strengthen the governance direction, management of human talent based on competence and training, and equitably distributing the multidisciplinary team members for the health system for proper operation and development of resilient health systems, allowing us to once again take the path towards universal health. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
I thank the Vice Minister and offer the floor to the Health Minister of Ecuador. Madam President, Ecuador congratulates PAHO for its leadership in strengthening human resources for health. Ecuador is implementing the 10-year plan 2022 to 2030 that addresses health from its social and environmental determinants with an integral vision of managing human resources. For this, it is important to reiterate the need for tying services to the professional training centers. This approach is needed for the technical and professional training with the right kind of professors and instructors, with finding solutions to multifactorial problems between the workforce, the students, and the professors. The support and the approach has allowed us to strengthen primary level by having specialists in family medicine and help community mental well-being through professionals, underscore the importance of nursing in primary care, have nutritionists to help in the community level, and professionals in primary healthcare, and incorporate them in our teams. Last year, a law was issued, it was enacted for setting the path for a career focusing on labor, stability, merit and progression, development and professional training, equal opportunities, and protection of the health workers' health. At present, we are in the final public consultation for the national policy to strengthen human resources for health in the framework of this law. Ecuador is once again training medical specialties, including an important proportion in family medicine to take care of primary care, prioritizing fourth-level training for nurses, for communities and hospitals, and the training of technical staff for primary care to cover the next 7 years. Ecuador supports the strategies presented in the policy on the Health Workforce 2030 and hopes that the ties for cooperation between the countries of the region will be reinforced, as well as developing systems to ensure professional mobility and allowing professional practice in the different countries of the region. Thank you very much.
Gracias al representante.
I thank the representative of Ecuador and offer the floor to the representative of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon to everyone. In St. Kitts and Nevis, the COVID-19 pandemic had tremendous impact on the healthcare workforce. Despite the many challenges, the staff worked assiduously to save lives during this health crisis. I must commend the health personnel of the Ministry of Health for their sterling contribution to the COVID-19 response and for their work in the post-pandemic recovery phase so far. The pandemic highlighted the chronic shortfall and the other challenges related to the healthcare workforce in the Federation. During the health crisis, Human Resources for Health, or HRH, availability improved in the Federation through technical cooperation with Cuba. We recruited 30 nurses and 4 doctors to work temporarily for over 16 months to help cope with surge capacity. Since then, HRH strengthening has been a priority for the government, and the Ministry of Health recently recruited 6 specialist doctors on a longer-term basis to address the shortfall. The current HRH counts in this post-pandemic phase are as follows. We have 103 doctors, or 19.4 per 10,000 POP, and 383 nurses and midwives, or 72.3 per 10,000 population, and 22 dentists, or 4.15 per 10,000 population. Based on these indices, it is evident that we need to recruit more health professionals to be able to achieve the desirable target of 80% on the Universal Health Coverage Effective Coverage Index. St. Kitts and Nevis welcomes this policy on the strengthening of human resource for health with the 5 strategic lines of actions that are outlined. These strategies will help us plug the gaps and solve the challenges, which include 1, need for more doctors and specialist nurses, 2, need for training and capacity building of the current cadre of health professionals, 3, need for effective strategies to retain staff, and 4, need to develop an appropriate HRH information system to enable forecasting and more effective management of health staff. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis fully supports this proposal and look forward to the technical support from PAHO to achieve these goals. Let us remember what Dr. Tedros said in his opening remarks this morning, and I quote, "There is no health without health workers," end of quote. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank you for your words and now offer the floor to the representative of Bahamas.
Thank you, Madam President. The priority PAHO places on human resources for health is evident not only by this report, but in its menu of HRH initiatives, workshops, and consultations. Madam President, the tides are now turning in the Bahamas with optimistic economic rebound from devastations of Dorian and the pandemic now in view. However, the fallout related to health impacts of these disasters on our people is still unfolding. As it unfolds, what we know is that the Bahamas does not meet the minimum density threshold for nurses and midwives, as well as pharmaceutical professionals and dentists, not to mention allied health professionals. And although my country nominally exceeds the density threshold for physicians, this cadre is inequitably distributed across our archipelago. Madam President, the brain drain to and relentless recruitment from developed countries are unyielding and existential forces. 13 years after its adoption, we must ask ourselves, has the global code of practice on international recruitment yielded its intended results? And is it time to advocate for a review of this code? Madam President, meeting supply demands for an integrated, interdisciplinary, and primary care-focused health services require investing early to influence career choices. We urge PAHO to develop a framework in collaboration with member states for exposing and attracting our high school students to careers in health. This will be indispensable if we are to meet the needs of our populations and achieve the UHC mandate. Madam President, the Bahamas appreciates that intentional and progressive actions are necessary to advance HRH. To this end, my country took bold, historic action in establishing a national HRH committee whose work, though country-specific, is closely aligned with PAHO's HRH Policy 2030 and will serve as a foundation for a diverse, resilient, engaged, and empowered workforce. Madam President, without an adequate, skilled, and motivated health workforce, UHC will be an elusive ideal. Smart health facilities will be desolate edifices, and health technologies and information systems will be no more than a reminder of unrealized potential. The Bahamas tables its strong support for this resolution. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your words. And I now offer the floor to the representative of Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam President. I make the statement on behalf of Dr. Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness. Jamaica wishes to thank PAHO for this comprehensive policy on strengthening human resources for health. Jamaica has been proactive in addressing the lack of policies and strategic planning to ensure a fit-for-purpose workforce. We are moving forward with our primary health care reform and have undertaken a detailed assessment of all services offered in primary health care and the resources needed to carry out these services. This will give rise to our comprehensive human resources plan. We have already started to implement some of the results, as well over 100 new physician posts will be implemented this year in primary care. We are doing the same with secondary care, with a new documented secondary care model, and over 600 new posts will be implemented this year in hospitals. Also, 250 posts have been created for specialist training. A critical part of the renewal has been the creation of posts for specialists in internal medicine, pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, surgery, psychiatry, and family medicine who will serve in primary care. While we develop training plans for all types of healthcare workers, however, we are mindful of the matter of health worker migration that must be addressed head-on. The migration of health professionals continues to be a challenge and represents a significant risk for the country. A recently concluded study by PAHO, Migration of Healthcare Workers, found that attrition among the health professionals studied was gradually increasing, mainly to the United States of America, followed by the United Kingdom. Jamaica, in addressing the increasing attrition of healthcare workers, has established a technical assistance agreement with PAHO to assist in this area. Also, with the support of PAHO, we have developed a strategic plan for nursing and midwifery. This is focused on strengthening nursing and midwifery in the areas of education, practice, jobs, and leadership. We know that nursing is mostly affected by migration. Elements of this plan are geared towards addressing the mobility of nursing and midwifery workforce. As work continues in earnest, we look forward to the continued support of PAHO with the improvement in health workforce planning and decision-making. We are therefore pleased to endorse the proposed resolution and advance for adoption. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Jamaica and offer the floor to the representative of Paraguay.
Presidente, distinguidos.
Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, we take note of the analysis of the health staff, which appears in document CD 60/6. This document is of critical importance to our country and the region because it seeks to strengthen and improve our health systems and ensure quality health services are provided to all the population. The Ministry of Health of Paraguay is in support of this document and that it be approved. We have regulations that support and align with the objectives planned in this policy with our national Human Health Resources 2020 and the other policy 2015-2030. These instruments assure effective work between the various bodies of natural health system and cooperation between the various stakeholders involved. In addition, it underscores the importance of the work done by healthcare workers, recognizing them as a key factor in attaining national goals in health. However, we also need to acknowledge that there are still some challenges to overcome in the areas of training, recruitment, retention, and the distribution of human talent in the health sector. That's why our policies on Health Staff 2030 is so relevant for us. In this document, we establish concrete actions and strategies to address these challenges by promoting equity in the distribution of health staffs, improvement in labor conditions, professional development, and the promotion of safety and the well-being of healthcare workers. In addition, the policy seeks to strengthen the response capacity of our health systems when dealing with an emergency or disaster, aiming to count and have resilient health systems as well as intersectoral and interinstitutional collaboration in order to attain comprehensive health care that is individual-focused. In other words, we firmly believe that the approval of this policy on Health Staff 2030 will be a major step forward for our country and the region. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation, Madam Minister. And I now call on the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana supports the human resource policy proposed by the Pan American Health Organization. We fully acknowledge the importance of a well-trained health workforce and its critical role in providing quality healthcare services to everyone. However, the active recruitment of healthcare professionals from our countries can have a devastating impact on the quality of healthcare that we can offer. We therefore call for an international cooperation and efforts to increase training and systems to retain health workers. Moreover, we should devise a system to reduce the recruitment of health workers from vulnerable health systems. Guyana is collaborating with PAHO to develop a comprehensive workforce planning strategy that considers the population's current and future healthcare need. The strategy has already yielded some results. We have estimated that we need about 5,000 nurses in the coming years, and with the help of PAHO, we have been able to get help from the University of San Pablo, a WHO collaborating center that has assisted us in developing an online registered nursing program. We are pleased to report that the program has already started and 1,262 nurses have been recruited and are undergoing training. Once they have completed their training, they will be employed by the Ministry of Health. As part of our efforts to enhance working conditions for healthcare workers, this year the government of Guyana has increased the salaries for all health workers, ranging in some instances from 24% increase to as much as 64% in other categories. But despite these efforts at training and retaining, we recognize that this is not just a Guyana problem, but it's a regional problem. We therefore need to address these challenges with urgency to prevent recruiting and the hemorrhaging of healthcare workers from our region before our healthcare system collapses. I do hope that the policy that we are adopting here today will lead to concrete actions that would help to rectify this urgent situation in our region.
Muchísimas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you for your comments, and I now call on the representative of Canada.
Canada supports PAHO's efforts to provide strategic direction to member states on strengthening human resources for health to improve health systems' resiliency. It is essential to protect health and care workers from risks to their physical and mental health and well-being, safeguard their rights, and provide safe and secure work environments that are free of violence, harassment, racism, and discrimination. That is why we strongly support the strategic line of action focused on promoting decent working conditions and protecting the physical and mental health of health workers. We also acknowledge other important aspects in this document, including integrated team-based care, workforce capacity building, and data availability, which align with our current domestic efforts. Earlier this year, Canada announced the establishment of the Centre of Excellence for the Future of the Health Workforce. The centre will lead a collaborative pan-Canadian approach to improve data collection, analysis, and knowledge mobilization to help work towards ensuring that people in Canada and their health and care providers have access to essential health information to improve the safety and quality of care. Canada supports this document and corresponding resolution. Thank you.
Agradecemos su intervención.
Thank you for your comments. I will now call on the representative of Barbados, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The Government of Barbados compliments the Executive Committee and the Secretariat for the important document CD60/6 on strengthening human resources for health to achieve resilient health systems. Sorry about that. We recognize that human resources for health are a fundamental component of health systems. If inadequate, the delivery of healthcare services can be severely compromised. Barbados remains committed to the achievement of Sustainable Goal number 3, the attainment of universal health coverage and the building of resilient health systems. These goals cannot be achieved without adequate planning, management, deployment, and training of human resources for health. All human resources for health were placed under extreme pressure during the COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in staff burnout and staff shortages in some areas. But it acted as a catalyst for the Ministry of Health to implement a number of measures to strengthen human resources during the pandemic. These included public-private sector arrangements, recruitment of additional staff, redeployment of staff within institutions, task shifting, role expansion, and reorganization of shifts. Training was also provided to strengthen the capacity of personnel to perform new functions. This was possible because we had already started addressing the many challenges we face with human resources for health prior to COVID-19 pandemic. We must now continue to focus our efforts on strengthening of our human resources for health to respond to the general health system challenges related to the health workforce, including issues of governance and leadership, expansion of training and education, retention, deployment, working conditions, environment, and infrastructure. This will require a multi-component strategy which provides a comprehensive and systematic approach grounded in best practice and is evidence-based. For example, Barbados will continue to explore South-South cooperative agreements, especially in the areas of increasing the nursing workforce, the backbone of our healthcare system. Madam President, Barbados therefore welcomes the 5 strategic lines of action proposed in the document CD60/6 and the recommendations of the WHO Global Code of Practice on the international recruitment of personnel. We therefore fully support the accompanying resolution. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I now yield the floor to the representative of Uruguay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Uruguay is grateful for document CD60/60, Policy on the Health Workforce 2030, Strengthening Human Resources for Health to Achieve Resilient Health Systems. Our country would like to highlight that in April 2023, we were consulted by the head of the Unit on Human Resources for Health, the Department of Systems and Health Services of the Pan American Health Organization, on the draft proposal. We made contributions that were taken into account and are reflected in this document. The proposal that is submitted is an excellent summary of the recurring problems in a region and aligns with a regional strategy on human resources for health in the Americas and the Plan of Action for Universal Access and Universal Health Coverage, which were agreed to by countries in the region. Likewise, it is important to note the inclusion as a priority of those matters pertaining to the mental health of health human resources. This is a key factor and has not been included in the agendas with the necessary relevance. In terms of the priority of the policies proposed, we'd like to make some comments. On the first priority action, although Uruguay does not currently have a national policy on human healthcare resources, we have made progress in improving the Ministry of Health position as a guiding entity in this area. Our ministry has spaces for coordinating the various stakeholders who are part of the healthcare ecosystem in the labor market. And in those spaces, they discuss and define matters pertaining to work conditions and salaries that have a direct impact on health services. In addition, the Ministry of Health has increased its involvement in the medical residency councils that define the number of specialists that are trained each year. It is also involved in matters pertaining to calculating gaps and a choice of specialists by defining a methodology that allows us to quantify the need for specialists in the territory looking forward. In addition to the second priority, we highlight the development this has had for healthcare workers in trying to meet healthcare objectives and healthcare plans. Virtual training area of the Ministry of Public Health has more than 90,000 users, which represent 80% of the healthcare workers in the country. And we have developed more than 25 courses, self-managed courses, between 2016 and 2022. During the pandemic, this was a very useful tool that allowed us to train the workers. We had courses on management of patients with mechanical respiratory assistance, intensivist courses for non-intensivist courses for long-term housing for the elderly, courses on the new health scenarios, training on antigen tests for SARS-CoV-2. Under the fifth action plan, we have made progress in estimating the territorial needs, critical data for drafting public policies. In the area of our work, we are in a privileged international position because we have very high levels of formal employment in the healthcare sector, and therefore many rights in the area of social coverage, rest, paid rest, and leave for disease and sickness. Also, the gender perspective in our work market is very necessary. There's been very little progress done in this area. We feel it's a critical area because the labor force is composed mainly by women. Finally, Uruguay is grateful for your attention and the commitment to this important effort to strengthen human healthcare resources from a gender perspective. Thank you. Before I call on the representative of Argentina, I'd like to appeal to all participants and ask them to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. Thank you very much. I now call on the Minister of Health of Argentina. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the organization for the consultations done on the healthcare staff 3030. We are aware of the important role of health personnel workforce for the 2019 pandemic, as well as for the social and economic recovery underway and the gap between supply and demand that exists in our region. We also celebrate the approval of the 2030 workforce policy that attempts to improve the workforce and creating resilient healthcare in the Americas. We agree with the 5 areas of action, but like to underscore some other factors that do affect the performance of healthcare workers, such as work conditions, appropriate salaries, no labor violence, gender violence, sexual violence, permanent education, and working through networks. We also believe we have to accelerate health investments, skills, and employment for healthcare staff in order to attain universal coverage through specific actions, providing to specialist priority and geographic distribution. We highlight the importance of having a focus on primary health care, human rights, gender issues, and empowerment of women. In addition, we need to ensure that the standards for the training of graduate and postgraduate students train from a humanistic, professional, scientific, technical, highest level possible in order to preserve the health status and the autonomy and independence of persons and the community. We must humanize healthcare. The IT also and communication are also a great opportunity to democratize knowledge and encourage access to health in remote areas. In nursing, we're proud to say that we've made a significant effort to strengthen nursing and recognizing certain specialties. We believe that the specialty of community mental health is one, and we have delivered more than 190 degrees in this specialty. In multiculturalness, we need to respect those communities where they have traditional medicine in their population and ensure their interaction with first level of healthcare. Finally, we think it's very important to approve the draft resolution adopted on the policy on health workforce 2030. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Now I'd like to call on the representative of Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Mexican delegation is in agreement with the Health Workforce 2030 policy. We acknowledge the enormous amount of work done by all the healthcare workers and their enormous performance during the COVID-19. And they have demonstrated their commitment throughout our countries, and this became very obvious during a period of chronic deficiency and structural deficiencies. This is why Mexico believes this policy presents us with an opportunity so that together with the Pan American Health Organization, we can strengthen the capacity of our national healthcare authorities and encourage intersectoral collaboration with educational institutions. We are pleased to see the inclusion of certain relevant aspects, such as promotion of educational models that focus on primary health care, participation, and the development of training programs and the establishment of collaboration agreements for the educational system and health system, and the matters pertaining to the development of training programs for continuing education, the definition of the profile of what a healthcare represents, and establishing requirements for opening and ensuring the operation of institutions devoted to adequately training in health. We are also very pleased by the other inclusions in the report. Thank you. I now call on the representative of Venezuela. Good afternoon. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has maintained as a priority strengthening human talent in the last few years by giving priority to those careers that have to do with health science. In our national system for university education, all university studies at the fourth academic level that involve health sciences are financed by the Bolivarian state, and we ensure support of students at all levels until they complete their studies. At the moment, in our country, there are more than 31,800 students in medicine in 11 different universities. And in each municipality of our national territory, there is an office of the Health Sciences Institute Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias. These students receive 100% national subsidy from the government. Also, all health professional that finishes their studies immediately joins the national public health system. Also, the current and permanent scientific updating has been a fundamental pillar to our health centers. We organize congresses for our international national days, scientific research days, and study clinical cases that allow for the strengthening of the technical know-how and scientific know-how. This is part of our system, which is part of the daily work done by our health staff. Thanks to the community brigades and civil brigades, we have strengthened the policy for improving the medical services in our hospitals and where healthcare activities take place. We've also maintained the policy of providing social protection to our staff. We constantly generate mechanisms that can overcome the consequences of the international theft of which we are victims. 930 unilateral coercive means that have tried to asphyxiate our ability to protect our people. Venezuela, in view of these criminal activities, was still able to maintain the highest purchasing power in all of Latin America, and no thanks to the interventionist policies of the United States that affected the salaries of our health staff, as well as all our Venezuelan population. And since what has occurred in 2023, the ministry has generated more than 54,496 classifications and labor promotions that seek to improve the levels of social justice and labor equity within the national public health system by generating conditions that will allow for the performance of medicine as they develop. Our health personnel is conscious of the direct and indirect consequences caused by coercive measures and are an example of the effort made by the government of President Nicolás Maduro to protect them. We have been able to overcome some of the international blockade efforts, but we need to improve our salaries in order to recover the material conditions that have been made difficult by international crime. Venezuela supports the policy and discussion. Thank you very much to the staff of Venezuela for their love.
Gracias, señora ministra.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I now call on the representative of the United States of America.
Thank you, Madam President. The U.S. wants to thank PAHO and its member states for their continued work in the areas of strengthening the region's human resources for health, with the focus on improving equitable access to care. We recognize that a health workforce that is supported, equipped, and protected to provide essential public health functions is integral to reclaiming lost ground from the COVID-19 pandemic and preparing for future health threats. We commend the policy's focus on building resilient health systems and support its objectives. A few delegates and the report itself has referenced the America's Health Corps, a joint initiative between the U.S. government and PAHO launched last year. Now that we're in the second year of this initiative, the U.S., along with PAHO and other key strategic partners, will focus on two key priorities with existing resources. First is to increase the number of qualified health workers, and second is to increase health workforce educational opportunities through innovation. In its first year, the America's Health Corps trained 121,000 health workers with support across Latin America and the Caribbean region. As Secretary Becerra said this morning, the U.S. prioritizes strengthening our own domestic healthcare workforce and expanding and protecting those health professionals by ensuring the equitable delivery of health care and public health services to remote, vulnerable, and marginalized populations. Also, as emphasized in paragraph 27, we're deeply committed to the ethical recruitment of and comprehensive protection against exploitation and trafficking, particularly of migrants and women, and encourage all member states to adhere to Articles 3 and 4 of WHO's Global Code of Practice on the international recruitment of health personnel. Finally, the U.S. wishes to respond to the recent comments by the representative of Venezuela on sanctions. We just want to remark that our sanctions program includes broad exemptions and authorizations that allow for the provision of humanitarian assistance and the commercial sale of export of food, agricultural commodities, medicine, medical devices, and also that our sanctions are designed not to impede the provision of humanitarian aid to Venezuela. So in conclusion, I want to encourage member states to continue implementing PAHO's strategic technical guidance in accordance with this particular agenda item, and also for partners to continue innovating ways to improve access to resources and training to human resources for health. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la representante.
I thank the representative of the United States. We have spent the whole day discussing the assessments, comments, and various reports, and we have come to the end of the time for today's meeting. Tomorrow, we will begin with item 7.1, the PAHO Award. We then will continue on to item 4.4 and 4.1. After that, we'll have a break. And then 5.2, 5.1, and if we have enough time, we will go to 4.3 and 4.4. I, therefore, would like to adjourn this session of the Council, and thank you for your attention. We will also proceed to the inauguration of the recently renewed installations of the Pan American Health Organization headquarters. First, we will see a video on the whole renewal process, and following that, Dr. Barbosa will say a few words. Following the inauguration of these installations, this afternoon at 6 p.m., the director is offering a reception in honor of the participants of the Directing Council. This will take place in the patio on the lower level. I would now like to invite you to see the video.
Doctor Barbosa.
Dr. Barbosa, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'll be very brief. It has been a long day of discussion and all very productive. I would like to thank our Director for Administration, Kristen. I think he's somewhere in the room. I can't find them. And also the head of Office of General Services, Maria Teresa Angulo. So on behalf of them, I'd like to thank each and every person who was directly involved in this work to refurbish our building. Let me also thank the people who have worked here and who are actually still working on the 10th floor in order to perform all this renovation work. As you can see, we are not seeking luxury in the building, but actually to preserve the building. This is a landmark building in Washington, D.C. It's a very pretty building, very beautiful, that was built after a competition. It was a Uruguayan architect, Italo-Uruguayan, who won the competition at the time, and this is really a beautiful building. But at the same time, it's a building that's 60 years old. And today, with the lifelong expectancy in the Americas, 60 is young, but still one has to take care of oneself and maintain one's health. And as you saw, the air conditioning system on both the 2nd and the 10th floor were 60 years old. They were still the originals. And when one has a problem, you can no longer find the spare parts that are needed to keep them running. And the electrical system also, that was located in the basement, that was also 60 years old. So there are some structural things that are being done for the preservation of the building, and to do so in the best way possible for the countries of the Americas. And also, as you saw, we take advantage now with having new screens and decoration that sheds greater light and brings us closer at the same time and makes us all feel more comfortable. And the possibility of having hybrid meetings. You know that we all were somewhat concerned because there was no plan B. Hotels in Washington do not accept reservations for this period. In order to make a reservation, everything has to be prepaid. So we made the decision that we were going to have our meeting here, even if we had to pay for or had to buy 100, 200 hard hats to protect you all. So I'm really very pleased about this. For instance, today, our staff looked into the possibility of video connections. Last night, the system worked very well in the test. We were able to hear Tedros, the Director General. The quality was really top-notch. So this is going to facilitate hybrid meetings that we will be holding in the future. So once again, I wish to thank, well, first of all, the countries, because they approved this work 2 years ago, using the Capital Fund to be able to carry out these activities for the preservation of this lovely building that is the House of Health for the Americas. And that's why it has to be a healthy house also. Thank you very much.
Bueno, luego de este.
Very well. Following this emotional inaugural act after the renovation work at this building, we adjourn today's meeting and look forward to seeing you again at 6 p.m. at the director's reception, a reception extended to all the participants of the plenary. So we look forward to seeing you there.